Hey, hey, hey. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Dashy. I probably should have gotten set up before I went live, but sorry. So I am just setting up.
First time since 1982. This is pretty much a one-off thing as far as I'm concerned. In fact, if we had been asked to do much more than the one song, I don't know if I would have been able to do that.
I really remember waiting to go on stage.
There's a reason why I'm playing this. Hi, Chris. Oh, wonderful. You're at the library. That's a wonderful, wonderful thing. That is an awesome thing.
Because I looked down and I remember seeing John and Chris were holding hands and Lindsay holding Stevie's hand. And that really did get to me.
This is Fleetwood Mac talking.
And the crowd were going absolutely AWOL.
The crowd was going
and we walked towards the stage.
The crowd was going AWOL. This was 1993.
That was quite a moment.
Quite a moment.
So that's what this is all about.
Yep.
A special thing.
Well, Charlie Kirk got killed yesterday, and that shit's been going on for so long, and Charlie Kirk was one in a million. But this day in 93 was the last time our vote ever mattered.
Together for the first time since 1982, Lindsay Buckingham, Mick Fleetwood, Christine McVie, John McVie, and Stevie Nicks. Fleetwood Mac.
I wish it was louder. Why isn't it?
your eyes and look at the day. You see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone.
Oh, can I help you?
I'll take
What was
time.
his raps
It's got
about?
to be tied.
What was his rapping lyrics?
Staying connected
Lyrics. I'll
matters.
look them up. I will
Hey,
look them
Mama.
up.
You remember when you taught me how to
I will
fish?
I will look them
Feeling
up.
a little nostalgic. For the first time since 1982.
I'm not.
Because I looked down and I remember seeing
Oh, he's
John and
okay.
Chris were holding hands. It's the stage.
Well, maybe he'll become an advocate against gun
Christine
violence.
McVie, John. You see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
That's the last time our vote has ever counted, and a president has kept his promise and been able to keep his promise. That was it. So anybody who was alive and of age in 93 to witness that inauguration, that is a very appropriate song, because yesterday was gone and it was better than before. It absolutely was better than before. Now you have people who run around and they call people Antifa. They think people are so stupid that smart people can't figure out that Antifa is anti-fascism. So if you're not against fascism, you are for it. You are for it. Fascism, bad. Okay? If you are not against it, then you are for it. Now, here's another whack job statement that was made by a whack job. Okay? I mean, the statements are incredible. According to Izzy, there will be no peace in the Middle East because of me. Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous? There will never be peace in the Middle East with uneducated fucks like me around. Unbelievable. Disclaimer, I do not own all the audio contained within this video. I am using it within the Fair Use Act guidelines. Its alternate speed is being used for commentary, educational purposes only within the Fair Use Act guidelines. TH, I'm curious, why did you have a live stream today with Charlie Kirk in the title and then you took it down? Do you speak on anything that you stand by or you just run your trap?
Charlie Kirk, of course, for all of us who know him, who knew him, remembered for so many things today. And one of them is his staunch support of Israel. He visited in 2018. I remember that was the first time I met him. It was at the U.S. Embassy after it had moved to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv. That was one of then President Trump's first term decisions. And Charlie was there also the following year, supporting Israel's war against.
She's a weird looking woman, this woman. I've never seen this woman as a, let's just. Weird face. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Chris. Kimber's Dashing.
Against Hamas and against the anti-Semitism that followed. Watch.
When we as Christians go to Israel, we are celebrated and treated like the most amazing you could ever imagine. Because Israel changed my life. When I went to Israel, I was reading Bible stories my whole life as a committed Christian. And all of a sudden, I had a life-changing experience. The nation of Israel actually has a place in God's plan for us on this planet. There's something special.
Now, the weird thing is that he's not Jewish. So why are you claiming? I never claimed to be anything other than agnostic. Why are you fucking harassing me? Izzy?
About Israel, and I think we have a moral commitment to that land. The Israeli community has been very welcoming of us as Christians and our faith to the homeland.
And it will not go unnoticed. The Israeli Foreign Ministry said this morning, Charlie Kirk.
Now, let's not forget that today's date is September 11th, so let's not forget what occurred on September 11th as well.
Friend of Israel and a true ally of the Jewish people. He stood proudly for the Judeo-Christian values which bind Israel and America. And Charlie's fearless commitment to truth and freedom cost him his life. Violence may have taken him, but it cannot silence his legacy. May his memory.
Now, I will just tell you that the comments are a different mixture here. This person says, now I fully understand that idiots are not made, they are born at conception. Your parents were thinking about Israel or Masada at conception. Ask them. This person says, yeah, he supported Netanyahu. That is committing genocide. Couple things Charlie Kirk once said, some gun deaths are worth it in order to have Second Amendment. That sounds Christian. What else did he say? Charlie Kirk once called for a patriot to bail out Paul Pelosi assailant David DePay. This person said, America has faded the line between good and evil. Act now, America. Your light is dim already. This says, the devil speaking of the saint. Meh. This says, I can't even imagine that.
Be a blessing. The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, in focus now. Prime Minister, you have your own memories of Charlie Kirk. Please share them.
Well, Harris, before I do that, I have to say that we're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son, actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel.
I want people to know that Israel hasn't done anything to anybody. They're not a violent country. They're not, when talking about a Middle East conflict, it's not the same. Israel is not the same as Arab Muslims. I'm sorry. That is a fact. Izzy, you think because of me there'll be no peace in the Middle East? You're fucking insane. There's something wrong with you. You have something wrong with you in your fucking brain. Like there's something wrong with you.
I had lunch with him and his wife Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. Was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judea.
You even thought something recently to do with Poland had something to do with me. Izzy. There's something wrong with you.
Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel.
The footsteps of Jesus. Those are what I think people forget is at risk here. I honestly do not believe that in any way, shape, or form would Charlie Kirk advocate for the paving over of the Rose Garden, let alone the paving over of the Gaza Strip.
He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate. He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And, this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies. Whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
The young people in both our countries look to him, and I don't know what is being said with regard to that right now in Israel, but I am curious. I mean, he is a beacon for so many in his young generation. Your last quick thought.
Look, sometimes people can be irreplaceable. Charlie was 31 years old. He was a great hero of our common roots and common culture. My own brother, my older brother, was 30 years old when he died trying to successfully rescuing Israeli hostages that were held by German and Arab terrorists in Entebbe, Uganda. And
That's interesting. I've never heard that story. I've never ever heard that story. That sounds like a hero right there. That sounds like a hero there. Wow, I am just so fucking disgusting right now. I mean, disgusting, disgusted, whatever. I'm so. I need to hear about this. I need to find out what this is about right here. This is something I need to hear about.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28, you.
So 1976. Is there a word? The words or just typing? Sounds like just typing. Okay. All right. So.
You look at the, the temperature gauge, and it's all the way in
As head of the conservative Likud party, Netanyahu himself became the face of the opposition to Oslo.
Netanyahu saw a moment of betrayal and peril and an agreement.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu began a 4-day trip to Africa today with a tribute to his older brother. Netanyahu arrived in Uganda, where he marked the 40th anniversary of a raid to rescue a hijacked Air France flight crew and mostly Israeli passengers. The Prime Minister's brother, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Netanyahu, was a commander during the historic raid on Entebbe. He was struck by a bullet and killed that day. Despite Jonathan's death, the raid marked a...
So Israel was trying to save some people that the rest of the world wasn't trying to save. Okay.
turning point in the fight against terrorism. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn sat down with the Prime Minister to talk about the loss of his brother.
Long before radical Islamic terrorism so challenged us, Israel stunned the world with a daring and brazen raid on Entebbe. Terrorists for the Palestinian cause hijacked Air France Flight 139 from Tel Aviv.
So 1976, Palestinians hijacking a plane.
To Paris and ordered it to land at Entebbe, Uganda. They held more than 100 hostages in the old airport terminal under the guns of Idi Amin's army and threatened to execute them unless 53 Palestinian militants were released from prison. Shimon Peres, former Israeli president and prime minister, was the defense minister.
I knew in my heart that if he cannot bring him back, the hijacked people, they are not going to do anything.
They took a chance. Israeli commandos in 4 Hercules transport planes flew 2,500 miles from Israel in the dark of night. After landing, the Israeli convoy in 2 jeeps and a Mercedes painted to look like Amin's sped to the terminal.
Wow. Listen to this. How incredible is Israel? How incredible is Israel?
The mission was dramatized in the movie Raid on Entebbe. All but 4 hostages were saved, and 1 Israeli commando was killed. Amr Offer, the first commando to kill one of the terrorists, saw his commander fall.
While running, I heard from my left-hand side that...
What do you mean in person? You saw him in person, Net? Nuh-uh. What a treasure. A treasure. That is.
Tioni is shouting advance, and then he was hit, I could see it.
The dashing 30-year-old Lieutenant Colonel, Jonathan Orioni. Now,
This is incredible.
Hinge has helped me every single day to feel better and more
did? A few
optimistic.
times?
Hinge can
Get
give you that
out.
confidence that you
On July 3, 1976, Israel launched the most daring, complicated, long-range, logistically challenging, and politically volatile hostage rescue in history. The raid made history in more ways than
Israel. Always fucking saving people.
one, and proved to the world the lengths that Israel would go to rescue its citizens. Books would be written about the event, and films were made. They were well received, such as the public interest and the mission's worldwide notoriety, its audacious nature, and unqualified success. What caused the raid on Entebbe? How did Israel manage to execute such an elaborate plan? What was the end result? Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, military veteran, historian, and author, and on this episode of Forgotten History, we will cover the most daring hostage rescue ever recorded in history, the raid on Entebbe.
TH, I hope this helps you with your history. It helps me with mine. I didn't know about this. TH, I'm learning too.
On June 27, 1976, Air France Flight 139 departed from Tel Aviv, Israel, destined for Paris, France, carrying 246 mainly Jewish and Israeli passengers and a 12-person crew. Landing in Athens, Greece.
What is the odds of a 207? Did they say 276? What are the odds? What are the odds? $246. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my God, he must be devastated. He must be devastated. He must be devastated. Like myself, I'm so devastated at the future that that man possessed. We should have protected him like a national treasure. Why would they say mainly Jewish and Israeli passengers? That's shocking. Since when does an airline note the religion of its passengers? I've never in my life seen a news story about an airline note the religion of the passengers. It's very disturbing to me. How would they know that the 246 passengers on that plane were mainly Jewish? Shocking. That's shocking.
Jewish and Israeli passengers and a 12-person crew. Landing in Athens, Greece. it picked up an additional 58 passengers, 4 being hijackers.
That's crazy. So they knew exactly where they picked up the hijackers.
Just after takeoff at 12:30 p.m. local time, the flight was hijacked by 2 Palestinians from the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, External Operations, and by 2 Germans, Wilfried Buse and Brigitte Kuhlmann, from the Communist German Revolutionary Cells. They diverted the flight to Benghazi, Libya, where they spent 7 hours refueling. During this period,
No fucking chance on that. 246 passengers. Add 54 more. The other 4 were terrorists. So almost 300 people. Let's add 12 flight crew. So 300 people. Hi, Ellen. Against 3 men and a woman. No. 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 Nope. Absolutely not. The numbers, the math ain't mathing. Mm-mm.
period, they released British-born Israeli citizen Patricia Martel, who convinced them that she was having a miscarriage. The plane left Benghazi, and at 3:15 p.m. on June 28th, it arrived at Entebbe Airport in Uganda. Once in Uganda, the group enjoyed support from Ugandan dictator Idi Amin, and at least 4 other hijackers boarded. The passengers were transferred to the transit hall of the...
No way. Unless France, since it was an Air France flight, they were involved, in my opinion. Mm-mm.
the former airport terminal under reconstruction. The hijackers separated all Israelis and several non-Israeli Jews from the larger group of passengers on June 29th.
How did they know they were Jews?
Subsequently moving them into the...
How did they fucking know? I've never in my life known an airline to take note of what religion the passengers were. And Idi Amin was one of the most ruthless leaders ever. And those Palestinians were having a relationship with him. What he did to his own people in Africa, but I've never in my life seen an airline know what motherfucking religion the passengers are.
the anteroom, and the men came to visit the hostages almost daily, giving them updates and promising to use his efforts to have them freed through negotiations. The terrorists wanted a ransom of $5 million for the release of the airplane and demanded the release of 53 Palestinian and pro-Palestinian terrorists.
But the Jews didn't matter. The airplane, the release of 53 Palestinians. But the Jews didn't matter at all.
In various locations, 40 were prisoners in Israel. If these demands were not met, they said that they would start killing hostages on July 1st, 1976. Amin had been informed of the hijacking from the beginning, after the plane landed in Benghazi and personally welcomed the terrorists at Entebbe. They were supported by Yasser Arafat, who was not only great friends with Amin, he had also been Amin's best man at his wedding. 2 days after arriving and following Amin's second visit, the 148 non-Israeli hostages were released and flown to Paris. The 94 remaining passengers and the 12-member Air France crew remained in custody, including 5 non-Israeli hostages, which included 2 ultra-Orthodox Jewish couples from the U.S. and a Belgian and a French national. Ironically, the hijackers failed to identify one Israeli military officer, a dual national, using his other passport, and he was allowed to leave.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, crypto.
One Holocaust survivor showed hijacker Wilfried Buza his concentration camp number tattooed on his arm, and Buza shouted, "I'm no Nazi, I'm an idealist." In addition, U.S. citizen Janet Almog, Frenchwoman Jocelyne Monnier, and her boyfriend, who is Israeli, and French-Israeli dual citizen Jean-Jacques Memouni all joined the Israeli hostage group by their own choice. Members in the Israeli government discussed whether or not to give in to the demands or respond by force. But when the hijackers had threatened to kill the 106 captives if the terrorists in custody were not released, the decision was made to launch a rescue operation. The Israeli plans included dealing with Ugandan soldiers as well as the hijackers.
There you go. Just like Charlie Kirk said. You attack Israel, expect a firestorm.
Israel had tried all political avenues available to resolve the issue. It was reported that Israel was willing to release the...
Of course they have. Israel has always tried every avenue to avoid any kind of war. Always. Always.
Prisoners in exchange if the military option was ruled out. Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin wanted to pay for the hostages, but Defense Minister Shimon Peres wanted military action. One man in on the plan was Baruch Burka Bar-Lev, a retired IDF officer, as he had known Idi Amin for many years and lived in Uganda and had a strong personal relationship with him.
See, that sounds like somebody who shouldn't have been trusted by Israel, in my opinion. Idi Amin was not a kind person.
He spoke with Amin on the phone several times to gain the release of the hostages, but without success. After Bar-Lev failed, Israel appealed to the United States, hoping to have them influence Egyptian President Anwar Sadat to get Amin to release the hostages. Attempts were made through Sadat to negotiate the release of the hostages. According to recently declassified documents, the Egyptian government under Anwar Sadat tried to negotiate with Uganda and the PLO, but were unsuccessful. Under pressure, PLO chairman Yasser Arafat sent his political aide Hani al-Hassan to Uganda to negotiate with the hostage takers and with Amin. The hijackers refused to meet with him.
Okay, see, I knew that Yasser Arafat was not for fucking high tanger or for the taking of hostages. I knew that. I knew that. So I was very shocked. I think a lot of the relationships that he had were to keep peace, you know. I just am shocked that an airline knew the religion of their passengers. Is so crazy.
At the July 1st deadline, the Israeli cabinet offered to negotiate with the hijackers to extend the deadline to July 4th. Amin also asked the terrorists to extend their deadline until July 4th so he could take a diplomatic trip to Port Louis, Mauritius, to officially hand over chairmanship of the Organization of African Unity to President Siwasagar Rumgalam.
And who the fuck are these people? Like, I mean, like, it would take me forever to sit looking up these names to see where they are now, what they stood for. But man, I would really like to, because I had never heard of this particular incident in 1976. Never. But I guarantee you, Israel is going to be breathtaking in this.
This was an unexpected bonus to the Israelis, since the extension allowed Israeli commandos enough time to get to Entebbe. On July 3rd at 1830, the Israeli cabinet approved the rescue mission presented by Major General Yekutiel Adam and Brigadier General Dan Shamran. Shamran was appointed as the operational commander. He and his commandos had been preparing the entire time, just in case they were given the green light. Codenamed Operation Thunderbolt was to begin at nightfall on July 4th, 1976, when Israeli C-130 Hercules transports flew 100 commandos over 2,500 miles to Uganda. But part of the planning required a solution, and that was refueling the C-130s on the return leg of the trip. The Israelis did not have the ability to aerially refuel the aircraft. They appealed to several East African nations, including Kenya, which was the most logical choice. All the nations contacted were sympathetic, but unwilling to help fearing retribution by Amin or the Palestinians.
I am so interested to hear how they manage to get their planes refueled.
Palestinians. The Israeli government managed to get the British government involved through Sir Maurice Oldfield, who was then chief of MI6. He contacted the Kenyan Minister of Agriculture, Bruce Mackenzie, who was a longtime contact. Mackenzie convinced Kenyan President Jomo Kenyatta to allow Mossad to gather critical intelligence in country prior to the operation, and
I wonder what happened to him. I wonder if they ended up killing him.
To allow the commandos to land and refuel at what is today Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi. The Mossad managed to get the blueprints for the new airport, which had been built by one of the Israeli construction firms, Sorel Bonnet.
Oh, how great is that? How interesting is that? To find out who built the airport, find that it was an Israeli construction firm. So instead of them, Idi Amin and giving jobs to their own construction firms, they went with the lowest bidder, which was Israeli construction firm that then had the blueprints.
That Amin had thrown out of the country a few years earlier. He also spoke with some of the relief.
Amazing. Idi Amin had thrown the construction firm out of the country years earlier, but still took their lowest bid.
Hostages and were able to obtain the location of the hostages still in custody and detailed information about the numbers and types of weapons carried by the terrorists and Ugandan soldiers. According to the information, the army and hundreds of civilians, including those who had built the original structure, rapidly built a partial replica of the airport terminal. They rehearsed their actions from...
Wow, that's incredible. They lowballed them. And they didn't care if it was an Israeli firm they had kicked out years before. They still gave them the job to save a couple of bucks. Can't fuck around with the Mossad, that's for sure.
From disembarkation from the aircraft to contact to extraction day and night. Due to all of the back-channel diplomatic traffic, Uganda's ambassador to Lesotho, Isaac Lamago, while in Nairobi, apparently overheard some Kenyan Air Force officers openly discussing the possibility of Israeli action, and Kenya receiving compensation for the assistance. Lamago forwarded that information to Ugandan military commander Isaac Meliamungu. However, astonishingly, Meliamungu did not inform Amin or even act on the information, and dismissed the unverified report as gossip and gasia, or rubbish. According to...
You know why? Because Isaac's a Jewish name.
To Amin's son, Jafar Remo, the Amin was informed directly by Lamago, and after the OAU meeting, he flew back to Uganda. Amin was apparently terrified of possible reprisals in case his troops actually fought the Israeli military, which may be why he ordered the Ugandan army not to open fire on any Israeli aircraft during...
Damn straight. These motherfuckers know.
A possible raid. It was also stated that Amin did not believe the Israelis could even pull
Idiots running around with their fucking spears.
such an ambitious mission off, and then decided that it was just a rumor.
Most Planet Fitness clubs are open 24 hours, so you can work out whenever. Save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. You in?
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends September 12th.
The Israeli force numbered 100 commandos, excluding the air crews, and was comprised of the following elements. Brigadier General Dan Shamron commanded as overall ground commander. Colonel Ami Ayalon handled communications and support personnel. The primary 29-man assault team was led by Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Netanyahu. Commandos would assault the old terminal
Now that's Benjamin Netanyahu's older brother.
and rescue the hostages. Paratroopers led by Colonel Matan Vilnay would secure the civilian general airport field, clearing and securing the runways, and protection and refueling of the Israeli aircraft. The Golani Force, led by Colonel Yuri Sagi, would secure the C-130 Hercules aircraft, getting as close as possible to the terminal and boarding the hostages. They were also the reserve force, should larger numbers of Ugandan soldiers be encountered. Sayeret Matkal Force, led by Major Shalom Mofaz, would secure and clear the military airstrip, destroying the squadron.
Yes, we are learning history.
Of MiG-jet fighters on the ground, preventing possible interceptions by the Uganda Army Air Force. They were also a blocking force in case forces arrived from Entebbe. The C-130s took off from Sharm el-Sheikh and Sinai and flew along the international flight path over the Red Sea, mostly flying at altitudes of less than 100 feet to avoid radar detection. This would burn more fuel, hence the need to refuel in
Altitudes of less than 100 feet.
Nairobi. Near the south outlet of the Red Sea, the C-130s turned further south and crossed over Ethiopia, passing west of Djibouti, then turned to northeast of Nairobi, and then turned west, passing through the African Rift Valley and over Lake Victoria. The commando force landed at Entebbe on July 4th at 2300 local time, with their cargo bay doors already open. Two converted Boeing 707 jets followed the cargo planes. The first 707 contained medical facilities and landed at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi, Kenya. It was to be able to treat any wounded coming out of Uganda. The overall commander of the operation, General Yekutiel Adam, was on board the second Boeing, which circled over Entebbe Airport during the raid as a communications platform monitoring the ground operation. There were no runway lights, and one C-130 almost crashed into a drainage ditch. Out of the back of one Hercules, a black Mercedes rolled down the ramp. It was not expecting the black one, and they ordered the vehicles to stop. The first group of commandos in the lead Land Rover shot the sentries using silenced pistols. Commando in a following Land Rover fired an unsuppressed rifle. Fearing the hijackers would be alerted to their arrival, the commandos immediately drove to the terminal, and they disembarked the vehicles. The hostages were still in the main hall of the airport building directly adjacent to the runway. As the commandos entered the terminal, they shouted through a megaphone, stay down, we are Israeli soldiers," in both Hebrew and English. Tragically, 19-year-old French immigrant Jean-Jacques Maimoni, living in Israel, stood up and was killed when Mookie Betzer and another soldier mistook him for a hijacker. Hostage passed.
Damn. That was friendly fire right there.
Pasco Cohen, 52, was also fatally wounded. Another hostage, 56-year-old Ida Borokovich, a Russian Jewish emigre, was killed by a hijacker in the crossfire. After the commandos entered, German terrorist Wilfried Busse was the only hijacker who entered the hall and pointed his Kalashnikov rifle at the hostages. But according to hostage Ilan Hartov, he immediately came to his senses and ordered them to find shelter in the restroom. Busse was then killed by the commandos when he fired at them, but never harmed a hostage. Then an Israeli commando called out in Hebrew, "Where are the rest of them?" referring to the hijackers, and hostages pointed to a door leading to the main hall. The commandos threw several hand grenades inside, then entered the room and killed the 3 remaining hijackers. 3 C-130 Hercules unloaded armored personnel carriers to cover the force during the hour of refueling. The commandos simultaneously destroyed the MiG fighters and also conducted a sweep of the airfield to gather further intelligence.
Fucking that's Incredible.
After the raid, the commandos returned to their aircraft and loaded the hostages. Ugandan soldiers fired upon them from the control tower. The commandos fired light machine guns and a rocket-propelled grenade back at the control tower, suppressing the Ugandans' fire. The commandos suffered 5 wounded and 1 killed. The dead man was Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Netanyahu. He was the older brother of future Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The mission was an overall success as the Israeli commandos killed all the hijackers and 45 Ugandan soldiers.
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit right there? Don't mess with Israel.
11 of Uganda's MiG-17s and MiG-21s were destroyed.
Took them out. They took their planes out.
Never buy magnesium from the store.
For just a little bit longer. He comes from a family who's...
The mission lasted 53 minutes from touchdown to liftoff, with the assault lasting 30 minutes, rescuing 102 hostages, with 3 being killed.
Can you imagine? 30 minutes. Oh, because Idi Amin wanted to save a buck when fucking building that new airport, and that they low bidded them and had the blueprints. I wonder how many other blueprints they have for different countries by low bidding. That's genius. That's genius right there. Let me ask you, how do you think Netanyahu feels about the Palestinians? His brother being a hero. A hero. One of the only 4 killed in a mission that saved 102 hostages. Yeah, his older brother being one of the only 4 killed in a heroic rescue of 102 hostages. That were, taken by Palestinians. And nobody else in the world would fucking help get those 102 back. So they waited 3 fucking days and they got him.
The hijacked aircraft's pilot, Captain Michel Bacos, was awarded the Legion of Honor from France, and the other crew members were awarded the French Order of Merit for bravery under the situation and for remaining.
Even though, in my opinion, France was involved in that. I know no other airline ever that has listed their passengers by religion.
With the passengers when they could have gone free. Once Idi Amin confirmed that Kenya had assisted, he was furious, and his famous explosive temper erupted. He ordered the Ugandan military to kill every Kenyan in Uganda. 245 Kenyans were murdered, and around 3,000 Kenyans fled Uganda. Melia Manungu had 14 soldiers arrested under suspicion of collaborating with the Israelis and placed them in Makindye barracks. He shot 12 of them with his pistol.
Such normal behavior. Such normal behavior. They killed more of their own. More of their own They wanted them to kill every Kenyan in Uganda. $245 Kenyans were murdered and 3,000 Kenyans fled Uganda. That's a genocide. That's a genocide.
Kenyans fled Uganda. Melia Manungu had 14 soldiers arrested under suspicion of collaborating with the Israelis and placed them in Makenge barracks. He shot 12 of them with his pistol. Ugandan Army Chief of Staff Mustafa Adrisi reportedly wanted to execute Godwin Sule, the Entebbe Air Base commander, who was absent from his post during the raid. Sule had left the airbase early that day to meet a female companion at Lake Victoria Hotel on that 4th of July. Only Sule's friendship with Amin kept him alive. Dora Bloch, a grandmother who had been taken to the hospital earlier, was murdered by officers of the Ugandan army along with her doctors and nurses who apparently tried to intervene.
Her doctors and nurses were murdered as well. Those are your buddies. TH. You're fucking gross. How dare you motherfuckers support them?
In April 1987, Henry Kayemba, Uganda's Attorney General and Minister of Justice at the time, told the Uganda Human Rights Commission that Bloch had been dragged from her hospital bed and killed by 2 army officers on Amin's orders. Bloch was shot and her body was dumped in the trunk of a car that had Ugandan intelligence services number plates. Her remains were recovered near a sugar plantation 19 miles east of Kampala in 1979 after the Uganda-Tanzania War ended Amin's rule. On May 24, 1978, Kenya's agricultural minister, Bruce Mackenzie, was killed when a bomb attached to his aircraft exploded as he left a meeting with Amin. It is believed
these are your motherfucking friends, TH. This is what they, Islamic motherfuckers, have brought to the world.
Believed that Amin ordered the assassination of Mackenzie in retaliation for his and Kenya's involvement. Many others believe that another person aboard the plane may have been the intended target.
I want to talk about this benefit called Hinge Health. It's basically an app that gives you exercises to target your
Bitch, I
pain.
don't know why you took your life.
Afterward, Mossad Chief Director Meir Amit had a forest planted in Israel in Mackenzie's name to honor him for his assistance. The United Nations Security Council convened on July 9th, 1976 to consider charging...
Look at this, in the United... constantly wanted to charge Israel with crimes.
Israel with an act of aggression after a complaint was filed from the chairman of the Organization of African Unity.
Wow.
The council allowed Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Chaim Herzog, and Uganda's foreign minister, Juma Oris Abdallah, to participate, but without voting rights. UN Secretary General Kurt Waldheim told the Security Council that the raid was, quote, a serious violation of the sovereignty.
Okay, a German told him that.
Of a member state of the United Nations, though he was fully aware that this is not the only element involved. When the world community is now required to deal with unprecedented problems arising from international terrorism, the representative from Uganda, Abdallah, alleged that the problem was almost resolved when Israel attacked, while Herzog, representing Israel, accused Uganda of direct complicity with the terrorists and working with the PLO and Arafat. The US and UK sponsored a resolution which condemned hijacking and similar terrorist acts, deplored the loss of life arising from the hijacking without any condemnation of either Israel or Uganda, reaffirmed the need to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states, and called on the international community to enhance the safety of civil aviation. However, the resolution failed to receive the required number of affirmative votes because 2 voting members abstained and 7 were absent. A second resolution sponsored by Ben.
That is disgusting. So they never voted for. I am so for the safety of civil aviation.
On the international community to enhance the safety of civil aviation. However, the resolution failed to receive the required number of affirmative votes because 2 voting members abstained and 7 were absent.
How could something like that fail?
A second resolution sponsored by Benin, Libya, and Tanzania condemning Israel was never voted on. But the problem was that such situations required a UN resolution, but in retrospect, I can clearly see how Israel had to take the action that it did. I was very impressed, I can tell you. Israel's mission proved several things that must be remembered. They will not abandon their people. They will never forget a transgression. They will not back down in the face of terror or run from an enemy. And, most important, they will move heaven and earth just to save a single life, and that is a fact. But they will also kill any and all who would harm their people. Thanks for watching today's episode of Forgotten History. If you like this episode, please consider becoming a channel member or joining our Patreon page.
I'm in shock right now. Let's hear about Idi Amin, who Palestine supported.
There are thousands of pictures on your phone, but some just hold a special place in you. Like when 2 charts.
For 8 terrifying years, one man held Uganda in a death grip. He was a figure of pure brutality, but also of such bizarre behavior that it was hard
I guarantee you that Israel has been charged with more criminal crimes, criminal war crimes, than motherfuckers like this.
to look away. He called himself the conqueror of the British Empire and would send wild, unhinged telegrams to world leaders. But the downfall of Idi Amin, the man they called the Butcher of Uganda, wouldn't come from a global superpower. It came from a single, fatal decision to invade a neighboring country.
You know that Haiti is actually being run by a 20-year-old social media person? There's some little fuck turd gangster with a gun. So, in the meantime, we're taking in all these Haitians that more or less fucking hate us. Because, you know, we didn't help them fight for their country, which, in my opinion, we should have. How hard could it have possibly been to not supply a 20-year-old and his gangs with guns?
Mistake sparked a war that brought his bloody reign to a swift, decisive, and long overdue end. This is the story of how a tyrant's arrogance led to his own demise, and how he ultimately
But
escaped
in the
all justice.
meantime, the United Nations wanted to charge Israel with war crimes against someone who they refer to as the Butcher of Uganda.
To understand how it all came crashing down, you have to see how it was built. Idi Amin Dada Umi was born around 1925 in northwestern Uganda. He had very little formal education, and in 1946, he joined the King's African Rifles, a regiment of the British colonial army, starting out as an assistant cook. But Amin was a mountain of a man, a fearsome boxer.
Yeah, sweaty as shit, black as the ace of spades, sweating over the food, and didn't fucking serve in any kind of like front lines. Sweating. A fearsome boxer, no formal education. Oh yes, everybody vote him in.
Who held Uganda's light heavyweight title for 9 straight years.
Better make,
He started climbing the military ranks. When Uganda won its independence from Britain in 1962,
how'd that work out for you? How'd that work out for you? Good?
quickly became a key ally of the new Prime Minister, Milton Obote. Amin helped Obote grab more and more power, and by 1966, he was the commander of the entire armed forces. But that partnership
How's Uganda doing now? I don't even know. What's their present state? What's their present state? Let's see. Let's see the present state of Uganda. You must be doing better now, right? I mean, Idi Amin's not there. I hope they're doing good, right? Let's see, how are they doing? This is 23 hours ago. The Ismaili update, Uganda visit part 1. Let's see what this is.
Ya Ali Madad, and welcome to the Ismaili Update Uganda Visit Special. My name is Alina Karmali, and I'm honored to be your host for this visit. Maulana Hajar Imam arrived in Uganda earlier this afternoon at the invitation of His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of Uganda. He was accompanied by his sister, Princess Zara, and his brother, Prince Ali Mohammed.
I really hope that there's going to be some kind of something.
He was received by Minister of Health, Dr. Jane Achek, Ismaili Council President, Arzina Kurshi, and AKDN Representative Amin.
Is there any, like, actual anything here? Oh, so they're just greeting each other? Okay, good for them. I want to know what the fuck is going on in... Okay, let's take a look at this. Obama and Kenyan president clash over gay rights in Africa 7 years ago.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create.
If you look at the history of countries around the world, when you start treating people differently, not because of any harm they're doing anybody, but because they're different, that's the path whereby freedoms begin to erode. And bad things happen. And when a government gets in the habit of treating people differently, those habits can spread. If somebody is a law-abiding citizen who is going about their business and working in a job,
human rights and against apartheid, have been somewhat disappointed by the models of human rights that you have held up since being released in jail. You've met over the last 6 months 3 times with Yasser Arafat. Are these your models of leaders of human rights? And if so, would you want a Gaddafi or an Arafat or a Castro to be a future president of South Africa?
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies.
In late antiquity, no one could envision that a vast civilization would emerge from the desert landscape of the Arabian Peninsula. But following far-reaching conquests, caliphs and sultans reigned over immense empires through eras of prosperity and of catastrophe. This is 1,000 years of Islamic history, focusing on its Middle Eastern heartland. In the 6th century, the Arabian Peninsula was the backyard of great empires, the Persian Sasanian Empire in the east, and the Christian Byzantine Empire.
Human rights and against apartheid, have been somewhat disappointed by the models of human rights that you have held up since.
So the reason for me wanting to come forward and share this story is apolitical. The distribution method, the delivery of aid, is not being done in line with American values.
20 Palestinians were killed while trying to get to food aid distribution sites.
My name is Tony Aguilar. I'm a retired Lieutenant Colonel Green Beret.
human rights and against
Why is your
apartheid
mouth
have been
moving,
somewhat
buddy?
disappointed by the models of human rights that you have held up since.
If you look at the history of countries around the world, when you start treating people differently, not because of any harm they're doing anybody, but because they're different.
That's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it. There was an
The UFOs are responsible for it. Now, this is 2 hours ago. This is 2 hours ago. I know we all don't watch the news, right? This is... Oh, I'm sorry. 2 hours or 2 days? Let's see. 2 hours. 2 hours ago. Wow. The sources are The Hill, Global News, CBS News, the Economic Times, CBS News,
an incident in October of 1982 over at ICBM base where UFOs.
Okay, 1982? I mean, like, they're just telling us now?
Popped up was observed over this base where the missiles are pointed at us, United States.
Okay, 1982, and we're just hearing it now?
These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together, they'd appear and disappear. And right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes. The missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers
In 1982?
were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And
Motherfuckers are like, trying to distract away from some shit. They're trying to distract away from
Introducing the...
there. I mean, like, come on now. Fucking... that is...
Uganda's longtime ruler, Yoweri Museveni, says he intends to run again in next year's presidential election. The
40-year rule.
80-year-old has been in office since 1986 when he seized power.
40-year rule in Uganda. In 1986, he seized power, and has been in
power after a 5-year civil war. The ruling parties amended the constitution twice in the past to allow Museveni to extend his rule.
Wow.
His closest...
See? And that can happen anywhere. Unbelievable.
Opponents expected to be the singer-turned-politician Bobby Wine, who says he was rigged out of the victory in 2021 presidential elections, which were marred by violence. Malcolm Webb is following developments from Nairobi in neighbouring Kenya.
President Museveni will have been in power for 40 years by the time the next elections take place in January next year, and for more than 20 years there's been visible and growing discontent with his rule, particularly in urban areas, Kampala, the capital, and other towns and cities, and particularly among young...
You are now seeing in the Middle East the war between Iran and the USA and Israel. That is a warning to Africa. How can Africa be secure from all threats?
Africa hasn't been secure. I'm not really understanding, like, this exactly, Tanger. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's the 7th of
הכל בסדר.
הלו.
מה קורה מוץ?
Man, I really wish TH would have left her fucking live stream up.
Ultra. The first dual
Why
laser
did she take it down? Why did she take her live stream
with a
down?
60-watt MOPA laser and a 40-watt diode laser in one machine. It easily didn't have much role in the war.
We challenge you, Eshkol, to try out all your weapons. Put them to the test.
Why?
Spell Israel's death and annihilation.
I want to know why.
By May the 28th, Prime Minister Eshkol had more to worry about than insults from Radio Cairo. That night, he had to deliver his own radio address to reassure the Israeli public.
He wasn't a great speaker to begin with, and he had a flu, and he received a text that...
I really want to know why she took her shit down. According to Izzy, though, there'll never be a peace in the Middle East because of me. That crazy? Has anybody ever in their life heard anything so ridiculous? There'll never be peace in the Middle East because of me. Yeah, that's what she said. That's what she said. I had something to do, apparently, with something to do in Poland. And because of people like me, there'll never be peace in the Middle East. I mean, I'm in shock. Apparently, E-Beggars is pro-fascism because we are still nauseated and shook over his assassination. Finding out more details today with various Antifa and trans activism ties. I hope and pray the ATF, FBI, and Utah officials capture the assassin. And like the governor stated yesterday, Utah still has the death penalty. Please let there be a confession or a manifesto by the suspect, so there is no room for reasonable doubt once they capture the shooter. There was an attack. This was an attack on America, not just one man. Some don't realize this. They cheer because they don't like the man, ignoring that it was his love of America, love of free speech and civil debate and respect of everyone, including those he debated against. Nothing in common with you, you beggars. He showed respect for all people, unlike you. He never mocked anyone, unlike you. Never harassed a soul, unlike you. Some take snippets out of context. A common problem with people online is to take parts of a statement to change its context. And then he got labeled as a monster, Hitler, a Nazi, an extremist. And he was none of those things. I've never seen him labeled as Hitler. Never. Never. In fact, I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna need to confirm that because I mean, his love of Israel was pretty apparent. I mean, what loser would fucking call him Hitler? what loser would call him that?
If you are
like, what
sleeping in a
loser?
position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Chronic neck pain happens when your cervical spine.
The world is waking up to the power of gold. National banks are racing to secure it. In 2024 alone, central banks added see gold's value doesn't
That's
disappear.
because they stole it from
I think it's really good that you come to campuses and talk to people who disagree with you.
Looking into doing that too.
Hi, Charlie. Thank you so much for coming here. I think it's really good that you come to campuses and talk to people who disagree with you. I also think it's like a testament, like you've like gotten a really big following, and it's a testament to the fact that capitalism works and merit-based societies work, that we can actually grow our influence. And yeah, so I agree with you with a lot of things, but I do disagree with you with like 2 or 3 particular points. And I hope to like go touch on all of them. Firstly, it's about morality, and
I mean, he was a huge threat to Trump's presidency. If this person ran on the Republican ticket next year, Charlie Kirk could have won. In my opinion.
Claim that objective morality exists. I disagree with that. I think morality is relative for everyone or subjective, and it kind of like grows as with the culture and as the culture changes. So yeah, what are your thoughts about that, and how do you justify objective morality?
Do you believe in absolute truth?
What do you mean by absolute truth?
Absolute truth, like that there is truth absolute for all people.
Yes.
You do? Okay, that's objective morality.
That's objective facts. I wouldn't say that's morality.
Okay, so do I have permission to ask you a provocative question?
Sure. I know what you're going to ask.
Okay, fine. I mean, was Hitler objectively wrong?
No.
Wow. 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 Wow.
So I do. So
what was the Holocaust objectively evil?
I do. I want to like make a distinction between like my personal views that I do feel that it is wrong, but I can't say that it is like objectively wrong because I don't believe that objective morality exists.
But
like,
he doesn't get it that morality is individual. You cannot expect your own moral choices to match everyone's moral choices. But the louder you are about your moral choices, and if they are good moral choices, then that would become the norm. This person has no problem saying anything about, I mean, no problem saying like that he didn't think Hitler was wrong. Yeah, he could have. So the one person that actually he threatened, would have been Trump. And that's my opinion.
Why can I ask you like why do you think objective morality exists, and how do you like ground that objective morality in?
Well, first, of course, we believe that the Lord of the heavens and the earth gave us that objective reality through revelation.
Okay.
But secondly, we believe it's written on the heart of every human. You know, in Nuremberg, it's very interesting. When they did the Nuremberg trials, and the Nazis basically said, well, in our country it was right, therefore it's right. Do you know that in Nuremberg they rejected that? They said, no, every human being knows that killing 6 million, babies and kids is.
Yep. Right. It's a moral obligation individually. That is what united we stand and divided we fall means. The person who he was the biggest threat to was Trump.
Wrong. And so do you think there's anything built into us of a moral compass that
I'm telling you.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is tough to hear, but it's important.
Charlie Kirk
from Turning Point USA was assassinated yesterday in plain sight of thousands of people and tens of millions, hundreds of millions because of the video recordings. This was during an event at a Utah college during which he debates college students. As of this moment, the killer who shot him from a rooftop several hundred feet away is still on the loose.
I'm telling you.
Donald Trump put out a disgusting message about the death of Charlie Kirk. You know, I was worried when this happened. We are now going to see these MAGA types declare open season on the left. Even at this point, we don't even know anything about the shooter or the motivations of the shooter. It doesn't matter.
If the
motivation
using it, they are fucking using this. But he would have been his biggest threat in any election.
were left wing or right wing, I will condemn it exactly the same way, no matter what. But there was a fear I had that, this is now going to become a tit for tat. And unfortunately, Donald Trump went on TV and absent any information at all about the situation, rather than dampening down the rhetoric and saying, this is a time for us to come together. Trump says the radical left are the cause of this, and we are going to go after them.
I fucking knew it. Yeah, they did. What a shame. What a shame.
Comes from the top, and this is going in a very dangerous direction.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's...
No, they haven't. You are as such. There's no radical left. There is no radical left. It's abso-fucking-lutely. There is no radical left. Fascism is extreme right. Antifa is against fascism. That has got to be one of the most obvious displays of fucking stupidity and ignorance I've ever seen in my life. Anti means anti, against. Antifa, against fascism.
worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity.
Now, what is that?
Sam? It's my opinion.
Even mean? What is Trump alluding to? People who contributed to it. What?
And to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others.
How about the shooting deaths of some Democrats in Minnesota, Minneapolis? Was it recently? Absolutely. Absolutely. This is awful. They're acting like Israel did something bad to Qatar when Trump recently accepted a bribery gift from Qatar. I'm so disgusted right now. So fucking disgusted. So disgusted. I'm just so disgusted right now. Listen to this.
They say they want justice, they say they want peace, but call in the troops when the migrants increase. Let them all in, they shout from their screens, till brown folks show up on their liberal green.
This is so incorrect. The left is losing their minds over this song. It has nothing to fucking do. The liberals are not like this. This is what a horrible.
Greens. Martha's Vineyard, full-on freakout. They screamed compassion, then kicked folks out. 50 arrived, they ran for the hills. We meant slogans, not actual bills.
That didn't even happen. Yep, you're right.
They hate the wall, say buildings divide, but guard their estates with gates.
The guy who put up the GoFundMe for the wall was convicted of running a scam along with the other Republican there.
Feet wide. Try hopping the fence at Pelosi's place. You'll meet a Glock and a lawsuit case.
Shouldn't you? Her husband got beat in the fucking head with a hammer.
They say no more guns, it's weapons we ban, while flanked by a team with ARs in hand. The same folks crying cops are a threat. Call 911 the moment they sweat. They fight for the poor with a latte in hand on private jets over stolen.
What a lie. This is fucking lies. Lies. Lies and propaganda. Disgustingness.
Shouting equity from their vacation estate, wearing $1,000 shoes while
That is not true. That's so not true.
Joe Biden crying for a KKK friend. Robert Bird's legacy they defend. But if you question race-based plans, they'll slap you down as a white supremacist man. They hate billionaires, but only the ones who didn't cut checks to fund their runs.
Wow.
Elon's a danger, they shout with might, while cashing checks from Soros at night. They said the oceans are rising fast, that Obama bought beachfront built to last. John Kerry's jet burns tons a day, while you're told to bike or walk halfway. They shut your job in Churchtown tight, but through maskless parties every night.
Wow, this is just disgusting, man. So fucking gross.
For traveling and commuting, there's no other bag like this one. It brings peace of mind in a subtle way that's
disgustingness.
The Arab-Israeli conflict is one of the most enduring and complex rivalries in modern history. Despite repeated efforts and multiple wars, the Arab states failed to defeat Israel militarily. Understanding this outcome requires examining the historical origins of the conflict, the outcomes of major wars, the involvement of other powers like the Soviet Union and North Korea, and the contemporary dynamics that have transformed Arab.
Nobody should have $450 billion. Fucking no one should. No one. No one should have $450 billion. No one should.
Arab strategies. So guys, why do Arab states keep losing to Israel? Let's see what happened. The roots of the conflict go back to the early 20th century, when both Jews and Arabs began laying claim to the same land under British control. With the rise of Zionism and growing Jewish immigration to Palestine, Arab opposition intensified. The 1947 UN partition plan, which sought to divide the land into separate Jewish and Arab states, was rejected by the Arab world. When Israel declared independence in 1948,
by the Arab world.
Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, and Iraq immediately launched a military intervention. However, the first Arab-Israeli war ended in a disastrous defeat for the Arab states.
Six Arab states against Israel.
Plagued by poor coordination, logistical failures, conflicting agendas, and outdated military structures. Israel had a unified command, stronger morale, and better use of its limited resources. The war solidified the new state's existence and displaced hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, deepening Arab resentment.
It didn't displace them, though. They asked them to fight alongside with them. Know what they did?
Yeah, in the years that followed, the Arab states rearmed, reorganized, and prepared for future confrontation. The 1956 Suez Crisis was a brief but revealing episode. After Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal, Britain, France, and Israel attacked. Though Egypt ultimately emerged politically empowered due to US and Soviet pressure on the invaders, the military balance remained unchanged. Now, let's go to 1967. The Arab states suffered their most humiliating defeat. In the Six-Day War, Israel launched a surprise preemptive strike that destroyed the Egyptian, Syrian, and Jordanian air forces on the ground. Within 6 days, Israel had captured the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. The Arab military alliance was once again undone by disorganization, slow mobilization, and over-reliance on Soviet weapons without mastering their use. In response, Egypt initiated the War of Attrition from 1969 to 1970. With Soviet backing, Egyptian forces challenged Israeli positions along the Suez Canal. Although Soviet pilots and anti-aircraft units were deployed, the conflict ended in stalemate, revealing that Soviet involvement could bolster defense but not guarantee victory. Still, Egypt and Syria prepared for another round. In 1973, during the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, they launched a coordinated surprise attack on Israel. Egyptian
Isn't that gross that they are consistently attacking Israel during their holidays, too? During their holidays.
Forces crossed the Suez Canal and breached the Bar-Lev line while Syrian troops attacked the Golan Heights. The initial gains shocked Israel and the world. The Soviet Union immediately began an airlift of arms and supplies to support Arab forces, while the United States did the same for Israel. Eventually, Israeli forces recovered and pushed back the attackers. Though the war ended in a military draw, it restored some pride to the Arab world and laid the foundation for Egypt's eventual peace treaty with Israel. Throughout these wars, Arab states relied heavily on military and logistical support from the Soviet Union. Moscow became the primary supplier of tanks.
And the Soviet Union does hold dominance over the US. I'm sorry, they do.
Jets, artillery, and training to Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and others. However, Soviet aid had its limitations. The quality of Soviet weapons often lagged behind Western systems, and the political control Moscow maintained over its Arab allies constrained operational flexibility. More importantly, Arab armies often lacked the training, discipline, and morale to effectively integrate these weapons into coherent battlefield strategies. Many Soviet officers privately criticized Arab command structures as being politicized, rigid, and incapable of independent decision-making under fire.
Here's what I'm not understanding. If Russia is helping terrorist groups while also terrorizing other countries around the world, why are we negotiating with them in the least?
An often overlooked contributor to the Arab war effort was North Korea. Driven by its anti-imperialist ideology and alliance with the Soviet bloc, Pyongyang supported several Arab states, especially Egypt and Syria. During the Yom Kippur War, North Korean pilots flew MiG-21s on Egypt's behalf and even engaged Israeli aircraft in combat. North Korea also helped Egypt develop its ballistic missile capabilities in later decades.
So let me just understand this. How did it lead to peace treaties with Egypt if Egypt was colluding with North Korea against Israel?
But, like the Soviet contribution, North Korea's support was small in scale and could not offset the broader strategic challenges faced by the Arab militaries. So why did Arab states repeatedly fail to defeat Israel? The answer lies in a combination of structural, strategic, and geopolitical factors. First, there was a profound lack of unity among Arab governments. While the rhetoric of pan-Arabism was strong, in practice, rivalries between countries like Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and even Jordan undermined efforts at coordination. Each state had different national interests, political systems, and military doctrines. Joint command structures were often nominal and quickly collapsed in the face of operational stress. Without a unified strategy, even large numbers of troops and weapons could not translate into victory. Second, Arab militaries consistently lagged behind Israel in terms of military professionalism. Israel developed a highly capable and integrated armed forces system based on conscription, advanced training, intelligence superiority, and battlefield innovation. Israeli units were smaller but more mobile, more autonomous, and better led. On the other hand,
they don't want to admit that God loves Israel.
Arab forces were plagued by politicized officer corps, outdated tactics, and poor logistics. Many Arab soldiers were conscript with low motivation, and corruption in procurement and command seriously eroded effectiveness.
That's what you get when you treat your people like shit. You get an army that isn't fighting for a country that they receive freedom in. You get an army that is fighting for a country that is forcing them to fight a battle that they don't even understand why they're fighting it.
The role of foreign powers tilted the scales in Israel's favor. While the Soviets were committed to supporting the Arab states, their involvement was never unlimited. The US provided not only weapons and funding, but also critical intelligence, diplomatic protection, and strategic coordination with Israel. The US airlift during the Yom Kippur War helped Israel recover from initial setbacks and regroup faster than its enemies anticipated. Of course, Israel's deep ties with the West gave it access to cutting-edge military technology and economic resources that the Arab states, many of which had weak economies, could not match.
Oh, okay. That would explain why President Nixon was impeached, because he liked Israel. Okay. Now, so Arab countries are banning Gaza refugees.
The easiest way to test a nonstick is to cook an egg. Now look, check out that glide. This is the first nonstick made with zero coating.
This became, in part, a political strategy.
Put it back up.
I'm turning 65 this year, but I have never seen any cargo pants that look and feel this good. For years, I got sad enough of stiff.
Why does nobody want Palestinian refugees? It's true. And specifically, why has every Arab country rejected sheltering any refugees from Gaza? In just weeks after Hamas's October 7th attack, Israel's massive retaliation left well over 1 million Gazans homeless. Today, almost twice that number. About 90% of Gaza's population has been forced from their homes. Yet not a single Arab country will open its doors. Why not?
Tell us why, TH. Tell us why.
Stand to prevent Israel from depopulating Gaza altogether? Or are Arab leaders simply talking a good game about Palestinian solidarity while never actually wanting to help them? As you'll see, it's complicated. Hey, I'm Ken LaCourte. You can find a lot of videos about how one side here is evil and the other side is completely innocent victims. But you won't find too many that try to fairly explain what's actually happening in a conflict that's been going on since before we were born. We'll look at the history of Palestinian refugees, their turbulent history in host countries, and finally take a look at the current situation in Gaza. In the next few minutes, you'll understand a whole lot more about this complicated situation. Okay, so the Palestinian refugee crisis began in 1948. During Israel's creation, about 700,000 Palestinians, about 85% of the Arab population in that region, they fled or expelled from their homes altogether. Palestinians call it Nakba, meaning catastrophe. Entire villages emptied out overnight. Families escaping on foot or loaded onto carts. They carried what they could. And today, their descendants number almost 6 million people. A large.
They left because they wanted to. It's gone because I made it go away. Why did you guys like it on the screen? I didn't know if you liked it or not.
Refugee population on Earth. Initially, nearby Arab countries, they assumed it'd be temporary. They set up makeshift camps and didn't try to integrate them into their countries, which is important because rather than bringing Palestinians into their societies permanently, they made a choice to house them separately, insisting their real home was Palestine and they'd soon return.
Yep, they did not want them.
That didn't happen. The refugee problem wasn't solved within months or even years. Instead, it dragged on until today. The temporary camps turned into permanent fixtures, sprawling settlements of tents. They eventually became concrete neighborhoods filled with residents, some of whom still held on to the keys of homes they'd never see again. And then, 19 years later, the situation worsened. During the Six-Day War in 1967, another massive wave of Palestinians, this time more than 300,000, fled from the West Bank and Gaza into Jordan, into Lebanon, and Syria. Again, the assumption was short-term shelter until the Arabs won, but again, that just proved wrong. The result was overcrowded UN-run camps, swelling even further with Palestinians who were now political pawns trapped in a geopolitical limbo. The reception Palestinians received varied wildly between Arab nations. Jordan was the sole exception, which often granted citizenship, especially to those fleeing from the West Bank, which Jordan...
It's not showing it anymore. I don't know why. Like, I clicked to show it, but it's not showing it. I don't know why. Oh, it might now.
Itself had annexed in 1950. But even there, integration wasn't smooth or complete. Palestinians in Jordan still faced challenges, political suspicions, and often violent conflicts. Outside of Jordan, the reception was even colder. In Lebanon, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were intentionally kept stateless, forbidden from citizenship, barred from many jobs, and tightly restricted in camps. Lebanon had a tricky religious and political...
So, TH, why the fuck are you saying that Israel is oppressing you? When, from what I'm seeing, it seems like it's your own countries that are oppressing you.
Balance between Christian, Sunni, Shia, and Druze, and it wasn't going to keep a massive Palestinian Sunni population around.
If you guys
a similar
type
situation
more,
unfolded in
it'll
Syria,
show.
which kept Palestinians in a permanent holding pattern, tolerated, sometimes welcomed, but rarely integrated into Syrian society. These early conditions set the stage for decades of tension. Palestinian refugees, increasingly frustrated by not having a home, often turned militant, taking their struggle across Arab borders. The Palestinian Liberation Organization emerged partly from these refugee communities, and it became a powerful and armed political force.
So the last thing that I would say is that we purchased the Oxy Pro XL model. Of
course, that made their host countries even more wary, and it laid the groundwork for more conflicts. By the 70s, Palestinian refugee populations had become permanent, distinct groups within Arab countries. They were visible, but rarely integrated, and often distrusted by their hosts. Entire generations grew up in these camps. Children were born.
Okay, why are you not addressing any of this, TH?
Grew into adulthood and started families of their own without ever living in a home country. Now, understanding that history helps explain why, even now, Arab nations are deeply resistant to new waves of Palestinian refugees. Hey, this is a good time to mention that while I spend a lot of time researching this, I'm not perfect. If I make any serious factual mistake, let me know. I'll deal with it in a pinned comment below. And if you like stuff like this, now's a good time to subscribe. Okay, so now let's look at what happened next, because the Palestinian refugees reshaped some of the countries that they were hosted in, and often violently. First, Jordan.
TH, I hope you're learning, because I'm learning.
By 1970, Palestinians made up more than half of Jordan's entire population. Eventually, their welcome wore out, and their relationship exploded into violence. It was known as Black September. It pitted Jordan's military against Palestinian guerrilla groups.
Black September? Oh, I'm going to need to look this shit up. I'm going to need to look this shit up. Wow.
September 1970, a time of turbulence and transformation in the Middle East. But what was Black September, and how are Pakistan and Palestine tied into this historical event? Let's dive in. Following the 1967 Six-Day War, thousands of Palestinian refugees and militants, primarily from the PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, relocated to Jordan. You can know more about Six-Day War by clicking on the I button on right corner or click link in description. Basically, it was a war between Israel and Arab countries after partition of Palestine for Jews. Okay, back to the topic. Over time, these groups began to challenge Jordan's sovereignty, setting up a state within a state. After the Six-Day War in 1967, Israel secured a decisive victory against a coalition of Arab nations and occupied several territories, including the West Bank. This resulted in a massive influx of Palestinian refugees into neighboring Jordan. The PLO, a political and militant organization aiming to liberate Palestine, also found refuge in Jordan during this period. In Jordan, the PLO began establishing its own institutions, running its own operations, and even wielding its own military force. Their presence grew so influential that they were often described as a state within a state, effectively challenging the authority of King Hussein's government. In September 1970, a radical Palestinian group known as the PFLP, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, executed a series of airline hijackings. While not the sole reason for the conflict, it was a significant event that contributed to the increasing tensions between the Jordanian government and Palestinian factions.
So, TH, when are you going to fucking admit
A 1,000 miles from Doha, the Entebbe building Gaza City. And the latest on Israel's demolition.
now look at this, 9 hours ago.
No one
This is
should have to drink water like this.
yeah, sure.
Israel has ordered a full evacuation of Gaza City ahead of its planned major offensive, but Gazans remain adamant, unwilling to leave Gaza because there's no place left for them to go. Netanyahu has ordered every resident of Gaza City to evacuate, and out of nearly 1 million people living in Gaza, only about 100,000 have left so far, southwards. Many of them are forced to live in makeshift tents, schools, or bombed-out buildings. The Israeli army insists that shelter, food, and water are available in humanitarian zones further south.
اطفالنا بتتقتل، اولادنا بتتقتل، راحوا لي اربع شباب، انا راحوا لي 4 شباب، وانا خايف
I
على باقي
lost
الشباب.
4 young men, and I fear for the lives of my other children. I don't know, then tell your fucking surrounding Muslim Arab countries to take you in.
اولادي بدي اطلع، واليهود بيقولوا اطلع جنوب، بطلع جنوب برضه في
The
خطر كثير.
Jews tell us to go south. Excuse me, the Jews or Israel? The Jews or Israel? This woman says, I don't have any money. I can't afford food. I swear to God. Wow. What an odd thing for you to say. What an odd thing for you to say. And yet TH's husband was just over there grilling. I can't afford food. How can I get a tent? How can I bring it? I don't know. You could maybe ask TH's husband. I have daughters and I have displaced people. A lot of people do. I'm pretty certain that your males over there don't respect your daughters. I'm pretty sure.
Israel invited journalists on a rare military embed. They were taken on a tour of a new aid distribution site near Rafah, with fresh tents, concrete barriers, and new water pipeline from Egypt. Israeli officials promised
Israel providing their enemies food, water, and fresh tents and everything.
There's 0% looting, along with safe and fast access to food and supplies. On the other hand, people claim that the so-called safe zones are already overcrowded. Palestinians in Gaza are now losing the hope of a ceasefire after Israeli attacks on Hamas targets in Qatar. Last week, 4 Israeli soldiers were killed on the city's outskirts by Hamas fighters using guerrilla-style attacks, according to the UN. When the cost of traveling south exceeds $1,000, which is far beyond what most families can afford. Meanwhile, more than 86,000 tents and vital emergency supplies remain stuck at the border, awaiting clearance.
Look at that. The supplies that Israel is trying to give them are stuck at their border.
Hostages are still being held by Hamas inside the city, and the families of the hostages
being held by Hamas. None of those people there in this. These men look like they're starving or in any danger.
are staging massive protests in Tel Aviv. Netanyahu is under tremendous pressure as he faces condemnation from around the world and even from people within his own country.
These would actually be a really good alternative to chips. Peach slices, no additives or preservatives. That's the.
So the Israeli military continues to bomb Gaza City. Millions of Palestinians have already been displaced multiple times over and over again at the behest of the Israeli evacuation orders are faced with yet another impossible choice, either of heading again to the south where there's no.
In the last 24 hours, the Israeli Air Force once again carried out strikes on our enemies far from home. This time, the targets were in Yemen, 2,350 kilometers from Israel. 10 aircrafts dropped 30 munitions on Houthi targets in operation, ringing bells following Tuesday's ballistic missile attacks on Israel by the Houthis, together with multiple drone attacks.
Israel is fighting all by itself.
Israeli strikes targeted Houthi weapons and fuel depots alongside the rebels' military camps. Back home in Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a stark threat to Qatar, telling their leaders, if you do not...
While our president accepted a $450 million jet from Qatar.
...expel terrorists and bring them to justice, we will do it. Regional fallout from the Israeli strike on Hamas leaders in Doha, Qatar on Tuesday also continued, with the United Arab Emirates banning Israel from exhibiting in the prestigious security
banning Israel. Oh my God.
Conference in November. However, Israel is forging ahead, and that also means continuing to strike Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Additional high-rise buildings in Gaza City were struck and also demolished this week, while the IDF Chief of Staff declared that we are advancing towards the collapse of Hamas. Welcome to Boots on the Ground. I'm your host, Yair Pinto.
Can you imagine that we have a problem with a country fighting against terrorism on its own? My God. My God.
This is the weekend edition where we bring you all the truth about what's happening in Israel. This is also including some stories that fell between the cracks during this week. And once again, after a missile from Yemen was again intercepted on Tuesday and following the Houthis' increased launches of UAVs towards Israel, Israeli Air Force fighter jets struck back on Wednesday evening.
I find it hard to believe that Yemen has the ability to send missiles towards anybody. They have been bombarded by Saudi Arabia in a US-backed war. I find it hard to believe that a terrorist group has been able to gain such a foothold in a country that for the last 10 years, their civilians, women and children and babies have truly, and I suggest you do your research, TH, truly have been starving. Starving. And the US backed that. They starved the Yemens because they were supposedly fighting against these terrorist groups that now have such a foothold that they're bombing Israel with long-range missiles. That's amazing to me. That some of the most richest countries, Saudi Arabia and the US, joined together to bomb the fuck out of innocent civilians in Yemen. And now they have long-range missiles.
Operation ringing bells. The targets of this operation were Houthi weapons and
And
fuel
the
depots.
strange thing is now they had put out a news report yesterday that the bombings in Qatar from Israel that supposedly took out Hamas leaders, when they had their one day later broadcast funerals, those Hamas leaders were there. Once again, as in history, God is fighting with Jews while the world sits and watches.
Alongside the rebels' military camps at 2,350 kilometers away from Israel. This was the longest combat mission that the Air Force has completed since the beginning of this war. According to the Houthis and their Ministry of Health, there were 35 fatalities from these strikes, with at least 131 others that were wounded.
How many, though, has the U.S. backed war with Saudi Arabia starved to death in Yemen? Ask Rand Paul. I'm sure he could tell you. Because he fought adamantly for them, only to be ignored.
The IDF was continued its wide strike on terror infrastructure in the areas of Gaza City in the Gaza Strip. The Air Force has so far completed 3 waves of strikes based on precise intelligence, during which more than 360 terror targets were attacked by dozens of aircrafts. This is being done to soften up the Hamas positions for a ground incursion, which will commence very soon. In anticipation of this, Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group are trying to prevent residents from leaving the city after the sweeping evacuation order issued.
So Hamas, hi Robbie, is not allowing the Palestinians to leave the city, while Israel is saying, look, this is just stupid. We have air support superiority over you. You have no air force. We can wipe you out. Trump is saying, bomb the fuck out of them. Then we can go in and pave over the Gaza Strip and build casinos. Netanyahu is saying, sure we will, and we'll deal with you later. Because there is no way, in my opinion, that any Jewish person or any religion wants to see the Gaza Strip paved over like the Rose Garden was, with casinos built over it, in the footsteps of Jesus. As prime real estate. There's no way. Charlie Kirk was one of the biggest threats towards Trump, and his next wave of presidency is fascism. He doesn't love Israel. He's got his eye on Gaza as prime real estate.
By the IDF and are otherwise preparing for battles in that location. Despite threats of punishment and violence, about 150,000 residents of Gaza City have left so far. Meanwhile, assessments of the failure of the strike in Doha, Qatar, are growing more solid, and it was partially due to the decision to minimize collateral damage. However, the strike in Doha...
And they are saying that the strike in Qatar was a failure. Because Israel was trying to minimize civilian deaths, knowing that whomever they are getting their information from, I'm pretty certain they know that their information is not valid and not in their favor, especially when Qatar gifted a certain president with a $450 million plane. Now, let's remember who possibly built that plane. I mean, does that plane possibly have an explosive device built into it? And is this man so arrogant that he accepts that plane? Not realizing then that if he's sitting in it one day with his family and something occurs while he's in air with that plane, that they can say to him, and this is how it's going to be, buddy, or you're dead. What person in the right fucking mind would accept something from the enemy?
Was not only intended to eliminate terrorists and terrorist leaders, it was intended to eliminate the sense of immunity that terrorist leaders were having in other countries.
What they did to mock Israel was they had their funeral publicly today of these Hamas leaders, and then but those leaders showed up.
Countries like Qatar and Turkey, and we'll tell you more about that very soon. However, sources assess that the elimination of the Hamas top echelon in Doha, Qatar, failed, as reports in the Arab media and in Iran claimed that the leaders went out to pray in the nearby room, leaving...
Telling you. This is a battle between good and evil.
Their phones, which Israel used to target them behind. In Israel, they emphasized that there is no certainty about the result, and the strike was aimed at pinpoint damage to avoid harming innocent Qatari bystanders. Finally,
there's no fucking
Our Place's
way
Titanium
that
Pro collection is here to revolutionize home cooking. Constructed without a coating.
After the media has put out so much information about those fucking phones, there's no way. There's no way. No way. No fucking way. There's no way that Hamas is still that stupid to be using them. There's just no way. There's no way.
In the Israeli Ministry Diaspora Affairs details and also reveals that the flotilla led by the extremist activist Greta Thunberg is a humanitarian cover for...
And Greta Thunberg, arrest her. That is a child creating and inciting hatred Just like in Haiti, there's a 20-year-old social media influencer running the country there. Why are people allowing this person? Why aren't they arresting her?
Activity initiated by Hamas and by the Muslim Brotherhood, whose purpose is to launder the narrative of this terrorist organization and to defame Israel. We'll bring you a closer look at this fascinating story, including the prominent activist Public Connection.
Why are they not arresting her? Why are they not arresting her?
With senior figures in the terrorist organization.
That's true.
So we have a lot to talk about today. Let's dive into the details. I'm Yair Pinto, and this is your Boots on the Ground Weekend Edition, reporting on what's happening in Israel and on what slipped by us this week. And this is day 706 of the war against Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, the Shia militias in Iraq, and all the other armed groups in this region.
So they're fighting all the terrorists while every other country doesn't care about terrorists? Just wow. Wow.
That are operating under the orders of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, which is the head of the crumbling axis of evil in the Middle East. And a moment before we begin, I want to call on you to continue spreading the truth. Behind the strategy of Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, there is a war over the minds of
Interesting, TH. Is that why you're always using the term brotherhood? Sick bitch.
Of people and the public's opinion all over the world. And the enemy is spreading lies. Here, at Boots on the Ground, we're fighting back, and we need your help. So leave a comment, hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the donate button, whatever you can to help us spread the truth of what's happening in Israel. This morning, as we
you, the assassination of Charlie Kirk was to show somebody's loyalty here to Qatar.
were getting ready to drive to the northern border with Lebanon, we heard the shocking news that Charlie Kirk was shot. He was murdered in a university campus in the United States. I still cannot comprehend that this happened. While he was debating students,
He's so handsome, this guy. Holy crapola. A sniper shot him. See, it's a sniper. Yes.
A sniper shot him from 300 meters, hit him, and he fell at the spot. He was fighting the good fight of sharing the truth, fighting for his principles, for biblical values. I think that now, more than ever, we need to unite in prayer for the truth, for his family, and we need to stand up for what he stood up for. And that's sharing the biblical values and our morals. We need to share the
man. He was the biggest threat to this guy, Trump.
Truth and stand up for what Charlie stood for. And now we are starting with the news from Yemen. On Wednesday evening, Israel's Air Force struck a series of Houthi targets in the Yemeni capital of Sana'a and various other sites. The Ministry of Health of the Houthi rebels reported 35 fatalities from the strike, as well as another 131 wounded. This was the longest combat flight that the IDF has carried out during this war, traveling over 2,350 kilometers before launching their weapons.
And the bottom line is, what they're going to say is that, they killed innocent women and children. There's no more innocent women and children in Yemen. They're dead already.
Aerial refuelings were carried out in the course of this strike. And according to the El Arabiya media portal, 6 targets were struck, including the headquarters of the Yemeni Minister of Defense, located in the center of the capital.
What they're claiming is Israel, within 24 hours, did an airstrike on Qatar, Gaza, Yemen,
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu referred to the strike and said, "A few days ago, we eliminated most members of the Houthi terrorist organization in response to the launch towards the Ramon airport in the southern part of Israel. This did not weaken our hand. We struck them again today from the air and their terror initiations at terror bases with very many terrorists and also at other facilities. And we will continue and strike whoever strikes us, whoever attacks us, we will reach him." The idea further notes that the
Trump. It's not
headquarters
the
of the
U.S.
Houthi
that they get a step. Man, we have got to protect Ben Shapiro. Got to protect Ben Shapiro.
military and its information department that was bombed disseminated incitement and propaganda messages in the media in Yemen, including speeches by the leader Abdel El Malik and statements by the spokesperson Yahya Sari. The military camps that were struck are used by the Houthis to plan and carry out terrorist outlets against the IDF forces and the state of Israel. In addition, the military camps included operations and intelligence war rooms that are used by this regime. And earlier this week,
I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. I believe that Mm.
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And this is Buddy.
Christina Coleman is back live with that. Christina.
That's right, Tracy. We're hearing that this political contributor, Matthew Dode, got fired. And unfortunately, some on the left in the media, they've made some controversial comments following Charlie Kirk's political assassination. Take a listen.
After one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as a justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control. You can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech.
Yeah, so that comment got him in some pretty big trouble. MSNBC quickly addressed how inappropriate it was, writing, quote, "During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dode made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise." And tonight, President Donald Trump also called out anyone making comments demonizing those who disagree with them politically.
Wow.
It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible.
That's right. No room for that. And again, Fox Digital.
Well, okay. In light of that, hasn't e-baggers and Izzy and other people demonize me day after day?
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do know dressed in all dark clothing.
Where that came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair roof. Potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
This is just so disgusting.
This is a Fox News alert. Right now, a frantic manhunt to find the assassin who killed Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah yesterday. 2 people were detained, but then they were ultimately released.
Former FBI agent Stuart.
This is just disgusting right here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Katie Pavlich, Harold Ford Jr., Brian Kilmeade, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five.
אהלן, מרחבה, כיף חל? נולד סמוך לרמאללה, לאב בכיר בחמאס, למשפחה חמאסניקית. מוסעב ינק שנאת ישראל, לא רק בבית הוריו, אלא...
The American diet is 2% vegetables.
We're doing something wrong. What we're eating is not helpful.
Boy, are we feeling the
Hey everyone, where does the concept of Islamophobia fit in the discussion with what's going on in the Middle East, particularly the idea that Islamists are trying to be at war with the West? So there was a gentleman in this particular clip that confronts Mossab Hassan Youssef, who is the son of Hamas, who his father was one of the founding members of Hamas, and he eventually left Hamas, converted to Christianity, and now is a very strong opponent of Hamas and that radical Islamic ideology. So he's confronted by this guy who tries to engage with him in a discussion about where Islamophobia sort of fits in the discussion.
Now I want to introduce Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you.
Thank you. For everyone watching at home, I think it's important to put yourself in these
Now, I have never agreed with Marjorie Taylor Greene until now.
women's shoes. Is you're questioning, why can't they just name the names? What you don't realize is they just told their stories of being raped and being abused, being victimized, being manipulated, being coerced, and basically held in a prison of captivity of sexual abuse while they were young teenagers and extremely young, vulnerable women. And in Jeffrey Epstein's home and the places they went with him, they saw the most powerful people in the world in his pictures, and they saw him with those people. Can you imagine how terrifying it would be to name names like that? These are some of the richest, most powerful people in the world that could sue these women into
So you're defending not releasing the names of the powerful people.
poverty and homelessness. Yeah, it's a scary thing to name names, but I will tell you, I'm not afraid to name names. And so if they want to give me a list, I will walk in that Capitol on the House floor and I'll say every damn
Okay, Marjorie. I'm with you there.
name that abused these women. I can do that for them, and I'd be proud to do it. Now, another thing.
Okay, then.
This is not about politics. And this is a boiling point in American history where the American people, just like Roe just said, there's become two Americas. There's the America for the rich and the powerful and the elite, where they never face any struggles or problems and never experience what real America goes through. And then there's forgotten America.
What has happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene, man? She's not yelling. She's not swearing. She's standing up for something right.
Is all the problems and deals with all the issues and never gets justice for being sexually assaulted and raped by a monster. It shouldn't exist anymore, and people are sick of it. So let's recognize the fact that the administration before and the one before it and the one before it and the one before it and before it never did anything about this.
Wow, I have got to give props to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So this isn't one political party or the other. It's a culmination of everyone worked together to silence these women and protect Jeffrey Epstein and his cabal. And this is not just rich, powerful people. Think his drivers, his maids, his chefs, all the people, people that worked in his home.
What is going on with Marjorie Taylor Greene? This is awesome.
Security guards. I heard one story from a young woman that was being raped by Jeffrey Epstein when he was out on work release while he was serving time in prison and had an ankle monitor on his leg. Guess what? There was a police officer outside that door.
Will she speak out against Trump though too? Like, will she?
This list of names is quite a list of names, and it doesn't extend just in the rich, powerful circles. It extends down to the very bottom where people were paid. And again, I will say this, there's victims suffering today in similar circumstances, and they're terrified to name the names of the people that are currently
died, and they said it was suicide after she got in that fucking car accident that they said she was going to die from.
Using them. And so with these brave, courageous women fighting this fight, this is a fight for women and children and any person that is facing sexual abuse and rape and captivity and human trafficking right now. And so here's what I ask you in the press. Don't go for salacious headlines. Go for the truth and defend these women and help those of us in Congress that are crossing our political party lines doing the right thing and trying to do it together.
Now, here's
Independent
this
lab
guy.
tests
Now,
have
here's
proven that
this
Husky
guy.
liners with our ProGuard formula are over 70% more durable than the leading brand. And the wallet test shows they're around 30%.
Unbelievable here. Wow, just unbelievable.
Welcome back to the Takeout. President Trump is reiterating a claim that he made this week that the controversy on Capitol Hill surrounding convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and convicted accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell is nothing more, the president says, than a politicized hoax.
Wow.
He said this again on social media just days after survivors shared their stories and called for more transparency and possible.
Wow. He's calling it a hoax.
Additional prosecutions while appearing with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The president, on his Truth Social, posted, quote, "The Dems don't care about the victims. The Department of Justice has done its job. They have given everything requested of them. It's time to end the Democrat Epstein."
Okay, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a Republican. She cares about the victims because they're women. They're people. Doesn't matter what political party they are. Wow.
Hoax. I want to bring in our political panel. Democratic strategist Joel Payne, Republican strategist Kevin Sheridan. They have dipped into the candy dishes. I'm happy to say I've got my almond joy. They've got theirs. We'll be devouring them soon. Joel, I talked to the Speaker of the House in July. He said it was not a hoax. I talked to Roger Marshall, Senator from Kansas, on this program this week. He said it's not a hoax. President keeps holding on to the hoax line.
I think also Marjorie Taylor Greene would agree with you too. And, that's where I actually want to start. It was a pretty striking, remarkable scene to see Ro Khanna reach over and hug Marjorie Taylor Greene in front of the Capitol.
That's crazy.
The other day. I mean, listen, that does not mean that I would expect to see Marjorie Taylor Greene caucusing with Democrats so that we forget about all the things that she's done over the years. But what it does tell you is that the truth and that transparency is pretty strong, and it can overwhelm a lot of politicization, and it might very well overwhelm what Donald Trump is trying to do by moving the goalpost here on the Epstein saga.
Kevin, in terms of political branding, President Trump has obliterated countless naysayers. He knows what branding is about. He is hung on the branding of this as a hoax. Do you think he might be misreading this one?
The people he needs to convince are probably not convincible, and those are the conservative influencers, some members of Congress
who are taking what they said during the campaign serious.
Well, they have their own.
That the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion or amendment?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the rule also provide that immediately upon adoption of the resolution, the House shall consider H.R. 4405, the Bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act introduced by Representative Khanna and Massey under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate. Despite the Republicans' best efforts, this issue isn't going away. I commend the Oversight Committee for getting us files from the estate, and they can keep doing that if we pass this bill. But they are not getting anything significant from the administration because the administration is withholding the files. I can see why the administration might want to hide them. If the creepy birthday note from Trump to Epstein is any indication of what might be in those files. But if the administration won't follow through on their promises, Congress should force them to. This bipartisan bill does exactly that while protecting the victims and the survivors.
Okay, so did they allow that?
I hope the Republicans will see the light and sign Mr. Massey's discharge petition. But we don't have to wait for that to happen. We can bring this bill to the floor tomorrow. And I urge a yes vote on my motion, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion?
Yes.
On the amendment, Ms.
Yes,
Scanlon?
I support Mr. McGovern's amendment. I think that as we see more and more information come out regarding what's in the Epstein files, what the White House is trying to hide, it is really important that we get to the bottom of it. This resolution would help do that. It would get us past the ridiculous stonewalling we're seeing from the White House, including denying that the president sent something that he clearly did. So I support this amendment, and I urge everyone to vote yes.
Further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
It's incredibly shameful that we are here again pleading with the Republicans on this committee to allow a vote on the Massey-Khanna bill to release the Epstein files. Trump is protecting the criminal activity of pedophiles and the people.
So disgusting. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? So I guess they did block it. That's awful.
Who participated in these heinous acts. The administration is protecting the rich and powerful monsters that were part of the Epstein sex circle. The American people wants to know what's in those files. And it's not a surprise.
Mr. President, just minutes ago, I was outside and I was running up the steps to the Senate chamber in order to cast a vote on the issue before the Senate. And the issue before the Senate was whether or not we would pass a bill to release the Epstein files. As you run up those stairs, if you look back over your shoulder, you see there carved into the facade of the U.S. Supreme Court the 4 words, equal justice under law. Equal justice under law. What does that mean to us who grow up in America? It means that nobody is above the law. Not a politician, not a celebrity, not a billionaire, no one. Now, we certainly know that this vision to which we aspire, equal justice under the law, has not been fully accomplished. But we wrestle to move closer to that vision, to realize that vision. And today, we had a chance as the US Senate to move significant stride in the direction of saying no one is above the law. The legislation that was considered was an amendment form of a proposal that I had drafted to say, release the Epstein files. And my co-pilot, Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico, saying, release the Epstein files. And indeed, many members on both sides have believed in this vision of transparency and accountability. Why? Well, because they value those words that are carved above the pillars of the Supreme Court, equal justice and law. They cherish that value in their heart, that we aspire towards a vision where everyone is accountable. Plus, in this particular case involving Jeffrey Epstein, every single one of us, all 100 senators, know that Jeffrey Epstein was a monster who groomed and abused underage children, a monster who trafficked girls to rich and powerful men, a monster who destroyed the lives of hundreds of young women. As I speak, the U.S. Department of Justice has files detailing the names of those connected to Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. It's been widely reported that in May, our Attorney General, Pam Bondi, informed President Trump that his name appears in the Epstein files.
Proposition 50, the Election Rigging Response Act, responding to what just happened in Texas.
The rent control people, the people that need rent control, they're not the ones that are protected. It's people that are usually wealthy with a lot of influence that have the connections to get a rent control apartment. People that might need it, they don't have rent control apartments.
Well, that's a little facile. I mean, that's a little bit like saying, those people are out of work because they're lazy. Back to this lawsuit. So you hire Roy Cohn, and he goes to work, and you win it. Cohn doesn't like lawyers either because they always want to settle, and you don't like that about lawyers. The idea of settling drove me crazy. The fact was that we did rent to blacks in our buildings. What we didn't do was rent to welfare cases, white or black. I watched what happened when the government came after Samuel Lafrac, another builder, and he caved in and started taking welfare cases. They virtually ruined his buildings. Welfare cases ruined his buildings. Isn't that actually pretty close here to looking like an insensitive guy from atop your Trump Tower looking down on the Walman Road?
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk died yesterday after being shot while speaking on stage at an event at Utah Valley University. The 31-year-old hosted a popular podcast,
31,
was a staunch ally of President
Some
Trump,
people are
and as a
saying
TV
he's 35. This says 31.
in 2012, founded Turning Point USA, a conservative youth organization now active at over 3,500 college campuses. The assassin.
The country is reeling after Charlie Kirk was murdered yesterday at one of his events by an assassin.
These ladies from I've Had It hated Charlie Kirk.
That clearly had to shoot like 200 yards away, one shot, all over social media. The scenes are horrific. Political violence must be condemned all the way across the board. You can disagree with somebody. There are two diametrically opposing reactions of the murder of Charlie Kirk that happened yesterday in Utah. The left, the Democrats, sitting presidents, are condemning this political act of violence and offering their thoughts with the family and supporters of Charlie Kirk. The right is calling for an all-out war against Democrats. This seems to
I think it's from a public relations point of view, it's a very dangerous period for Trump that he's
It's absolutely
following this
fucking
time-worn strategy of saying
they
it's
did
not
this on purpose.
There are two diametrically opposing reactions of the murder of Charlie Kirk that happened yesterday in Utah. The left, the Democrats, sitting presidents, are condemning this political act of violence and offering their thoughts with the family and supporters of Charlie Kirk. The right is calling for an all-out war against Democrats. This seems to be coordinated. This seems to be intentional. And it is chilling to the bone as Pumps and I sit here and have still a First Amendment right to express our disagreement with other influencers like Charlie Kirk, and also state how saddened we are that somebody in the United States of America is shot from a sniper's nest on a university campus. And so here's just a sampling of what is happening on the right wing. Pop up the first tweet, Kylie. Matt Forney says, for years, the radical left has compared wonderful Americans like Charlie.
Nobody compared Charlie Kirk to the Nazis. He fucking loved Israel. The fucking lies.
To Nazis. This type of language is directly responsible for the terrorism we're seeing.
Whoa. Wow.
Oh, looks like you need a
In our country today. Trump is going to destroy the left once and for all. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
He knows damn well that Charlie Kirk would have won him in any presidential election, and both left and right would have voted for him.
It for you. And I want to point out that as of filming this right now, there is no suspect. And when there is no suspect, there is no motive. Nobody knows right now who killed Charlie Kirk or why. They definitely wanted to kill him. And they definitely had the skill to kill him and had an opportunity for this to be a mass shooting situation. And it was clearly very targeted at Charlie Kirk. And I want to state that I can.
Could have been a mass shooting. That's a sniper. That is a sniper. That is not a college student. That is not, uncoordinated fucking militant person. That is a sniper.
Condemn it with everything in me, but I also condemn the responses from MAGA influencers like him. And I also condemn the response from the sitting president of the United States who riled up a violent insurrection on January 6th. And this same MAGA influencer, a couple hours later, after he sent the first one, then he sent this. Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the American Reichstag fire. It is time for a complete crackdown on the left. Every Democratic politician must be arrested and the party banned under RICO. Wow. Every libtard commentator must be shut down.
Oh my God, he did it. He fucking did it. He fucking did it. He did it. I have no doubt. I have no fucking doubt right there. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Wow. He did that. Wow. 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 I'm disgusted right now. Wow. Wow. That is so gross. I'm so fucking bad. I am just, I'm in shock. There, who was again?
down. So
Okay. So when they say Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the American Reichstag fire. So I looked up Reichstag fire, and what that is in Germany when they took away the civil liberties of everybody. So what they are saying is that they believe that the assassination of Charlie Kirk should be the point that they take away the American civil liberties.
domestic terrorism, they caused this. And so let's go back in history and let's arm ourselves with what a Reichstag fire was. So I want to point out to you that initially he says they called us Nazis. And that's what killed Charlie Kirk. And then 2 hours later, he calls for this to be the Reichstag fire. What is a Reichstag fire? Put it up, Kylie. A Reichstag fire was a major event in Germany on February 27th, 1933, when the Reichstag building, the German parliament in Berlin, was set on fire. A young Dutch communist named Maurits van der Lubbe was found at the scene and arrested. The Nazis, led by Adolf Hitler, quickly blamed communists in general for the fire, using the fire as an excuse.
President Hindenburg. That's so interesting. I wonder if they...
Commentator Charlie Kirk was pronounced dead. It is tragic, and every Democrat has condemned it. But in the hours following, the rhetoric coming from leaders within the Republican Party has been escalatory and inflammatory. For example, conservative commentator James Woods just tweeted out, "It's not gun violence, it's Democrat violence." And this got over 300,000 likes. Tweets like this are blowing up. So to talk about this, I'm bringing in lead policy advisor for Mockler Media, Micah Irfan. We're going to chat about this. Micah, how do you read this James Woods tweet?
Yeah, James Woods is blaming the Democrats. A lot of us expected people to do this in the aftermath of the
Well, it looks like it's amateur hour at the FBI, led by Kash Patel, as they bungled their way through not timely capturing the assassin of Charlie Kirk. They're offering a $100,000 reward. They hold a press conference to say somebody has been apprehended, and then he was released. Now they're asking for the public to help them do their job with a grainy still of somebody that they think was the assassin. This is an indictment of Donald Trump, of Pam Bondi, and of Kash Patel at the FBI. Well, in breaking news, we may be on the edge of a war with Brazil, because Donald Trump doesn't like the fact that the Brazilian Supreme Court has convicted, with a majority vote, the former president of Brazil, President Bolsonaro, of a military coup and crimes around that related to his attempts to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Donald Trump loves people who stop the peaceful transfer of power.
He recognizes the Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I just want everyone here and in the country to understand what our Republican colleagues just did. For the third time this year, Republicans just resorted to the so-called nuclear option in the Senate, weakening the Senate even further and turning this chamber into a conveyor belt for unqualified Trump nominees, a conveyor belt for unqualified Trump nominees. Make no mistake, this move by Republicans was not so much about ending obstruction as they claim, Rather, it was another act of genuflection to the executive.
Look, there's something that you need to be aware of. It's happening right now, and it's happening all across the internet. And it's something that I'm genuinely incredibly concerned about. That's why I'm sitting here making this video. I think it's so important that we cover this, and so important that we push back on this. In the wake of the tragic murder of Charlie Kirk at a Utah University campus, instead of trying to unite the country, bring the temperature down a little bit, Republicans, and not every Republican, let me stress, not every Republican, but some of the most influential names in Republican politics on the MAGA side of America,
Why is it so sad that enough people just don't band together to protect our civil liberties and our rights? Too scared of it. It's fucking sad. It's so sad. Mm-mm-mm. You even said left-wing lunatics, you beggar. You disgusting piece of living shit. Left-wing lunatics constantly have threatened conservative lecturer Charlie Kirk because they don't like his ideas on strong family morals and Christianity, so they shot him. This is what happens when innocent people are labeled as evil or literally Hitler. That's what you motherfuckers did. Motherfucker. That's what you fuckers do. That's what you motherfuckers do. That's what you motherfuckers do. That's what you motherfuckers do. Okay? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? You fucking disgusting pig. How dare you?
After you called what I wear a nasty, dirty, filthy towel. Tiffany, why do you wear a nasty, dirty, filthy towel? Tiffany, why do you wear...
I see Nuts on her live stream going on a rager herself. And SG went on her rager yesterday, obviously. And Sharon is probably going to go on her rager later tonight, obviously. But what's important to note here is that I've been calling them wannabe cops.
And I don't give a fuck what he says or isn't. How dare you?
And, you know, to some degree, that's accurate. But what's more important to realize, after listening to Nut and SG and the suicide trolling and the unalive trolling that they're all engaging in against Tiffany H. and others, is that they're not just wannabe cops. No, it's beyond that. It's clear that SG Survivor Girl, Nut, Shady Sharon B, they're actually wannabe Hitler.
Really? So, Swiss says, who is this talking about following rules but not laws? Oh my God, you effing people are making me lose my mind over here. I'm gonna have to get my own channel going just so I can call these fucking idiots out. Please don't blame someone else for you not showering. Here is some sound advice. If social media makes you depressed, get the fuck off social media. A true narcissist she is. So let me get this right. It is wrong and dehumanize to tell an irresponsible adult to go down a rocky road unbelted. Because why? Oh, it might kill her? Oh, but hey, how dare she video while driving and have her kids in the car under the influence while not seatbelted in? Wow, so her life trumps her life, her kid's life. Okay? That was all from Swiss back then. And I agree. Angster Stinkster says, how many times did it take you to type that out? Ha ha ha. I know. That's their response to that. Wow. Wow. That's some shit right there. That was their response to that. But in the meantime, just yesterday, fucking e-beggars wants to pretend that it's, oh, the left has been calling Charlie Kirk Hitler. Oh, what would you say you are, right? And are you calling me Hitler?
They all want to be Nazis because they're using the language of Hitler. They're describing Tiffany H. as dirty, filthy, sick, disgusting.
Nobody did that. Nobody did that. That was you and your friends. Okay? And her wanting attention.
Thing. Disease-ridden. Well, let me ask you, SG, because supposedly you're Jewish, although I tend to doubt that. What did Hitler say about Jewish people? What words did he use to describe Jewish people in Germany? Dirty, disgusting, animal-like, rodent-like, disease-carrying?
Any of that shit to TH. But TH lately, as of lately, even her friend Indie Mom is sharing out this channel, and this is where TH seems to be getting her information from. Like, are you gonna be okay over there? I mean, really?
Filthy? Subhuman? Do those words sound familiar to you? As a supposed Jewish woman, SG, do those words sound familiar to you? I'm just curious. Because
So
it's
when
funny.
it fits their narrative, I'm Jewish. When it doesn't fit their narrative, I'm not Jewish.
The very tactics that Hitler used against the Jewish people in Germany are the very same tactics that you
How
and
odd
not
that somebody from the right would be calling somebody supposedly from the left and Jewish, supposedly Hitler. But according to e-beggars today, the radical left-wing nuts are calling Charlie Kirk Hitler.
and sloppy seconds Jake Sharon B are all using against Tiffany H and others. More coming.
You asked me to take my seatbelt off, to go down a side road since I didn't have my kids, make sure it was a curvy one, and kill myself. That's what you asked of me. An already depressed person.
Never told you to kill yourself. Never fucking told you to kill yourself. Never ever.
That's what you asked me to do. You said I had a dirty, nasty towel on my head. That alone is enough for intent for a hate crime. After you called what I wear a nasty, dirty, filthy towel. Tiffany, why do you wear a
Well, it was okay because you were blowing your nose on it. Ironically, this particular channel has a weather report pop up during their making of this video. Ironically.
nasty, dirty, filthy towel? Tiffany, why do you wear a nasty, dirty? You know what, Tiffany? Go down the side road, take your seatbelt off, make sure it's curvy, and kill yourself while you're wearing that nasty, dirty towel.
Never said that.
Oh, I thought that was disgusting when Sharon used to say that. Is it not disgusting because you survived cancer? So now you're divine? Wow. I think Satan has blessed you with his mark. And I think you are straight out of the devil. And nobody at all was talking about doing nasty sexual things to your child. And nobody posts pictures.
Wow, you're sick, bitch. Look at the mustache that you got going on there, but wow, you're sick.
Of your child. Nobody does that. You're the one doing that, actually.
Wow.
You know the signs of depression? Do you? Not wanting to change your clothes, not wanting to shower, not wanting to wake up in the morning. I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of going a couple days without taking a shower. I'm guilty of not putting on a new hoodie. Yeah.
You know that you have children and you're married and you claim that people are jealous of you.
But I've never asked somebody to go down a dirt road and kill themselves.
Never told you to kill yourself. Never told you to kill yourself.
I already am having the worst time just waking up. The only reason why I'm alive right now is because of my kids.
Really? I would have never guessed.
What kind of life would they have if I wasn't living?
Same.
If I hung myself tonight or if I slit my wrist open, would that make you happy, SG?
Why would that make me happy if you slit your wrists open? You're horrible. What a horrible thing to say.
Mitch? You know, did your mom ever teach you that asking someone to pull down the street and show themselves, that's not okay? Telling a Muslim that they wear a dirty, nasty towel on their head? Seriously? But I thought you fought for the Jews. So, hold on. You don't want anybody to make fun of Jewish people or say anything about Jews, but it's okay to call me a towel head and say that I have a nasty, dirty towel around my head. I might be depressed.
Never called you a towel head.
And not want to fucking wake up every day. And I might hate myself because I'm fat. I might struggle because of my teeth. But I'm nothing like you. Nothing. I'm nothing like Nitty. I'm nothing like Sharon. I may not be all these things that you people are. Skinny,
No,
pretty.
I don't understand. You were defending Nitty the other day. You were bashing Sharon, claiming that SV had been harassing Nitty. But now you're saying you're nothing like Nitty. I don't know what are you trying to imply there about Nitty? Interesting.
Big YouTube, perfect mom, right? But I am a human, and I am a good mom. And yes, I give my son money because they want to go buy food. And I'm not allowed to give my son money?
Sure.
Why? But people don't understand, like, my kids, it's one thing to put a smile on and act like it doesn't bother you in front of your kids and let the kids tell their story and raise awareness, but do you see a 16?
See, you've been doing this just for so long, man. How long? Over and over.
Year-old that looks at a fucking CPS worker like, you ruined my life. You took me from my mom.
I've never called CPS on you. Obviously, you have been, had some kind of shit going on with CPS for a very long time.
And then you see a crackheaded, inkster, fucking garbage rat piece of shit saying that she didn't want to call, but, she did.
Okay.
Because, I'm such a terrible mom.
Now let's revisit that. Let's fucking revisit that, shall we? Let's revisit that. Okay? Let's revisit that. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
And whoever keeps insisting that SG or I called, neither one of us called, okay?
See?
SG.
There you go. TH. TH. You know that the same person who made this video right here will absolutely, like, publicly, no shame, twist Sharon's words and say, you guys all hear that? SV says SG called. Where clearly to me, that's her saying we didn't call.
Didn't even want to call you guys because why? Because she has a heart, number one. Number two, she's a mother. She doesn't want to see children get ripped out of the home. She doesn't want to see that, you guys. She's just trying to, I don't know, get this bitch to, well, take her daughter's name out of the chat.
There you go. Just like how they accuse me consistently of making empty threats. Then they accuse me of making actual threats.
You know, but when it comes down to it, she just didn't really want to do it, you guys.
Looky here. Now we know who called CPS on Tiffany H. Yeah, we sure do. It was SG, Survivor Girl. You heard it right out of Shady Sharon's mouth.
No, she said I didn't do it.
SG, Survivor Girl, didn't want to call, but did.
Nowhere does Sharon say, but did. Nowhere.
That's the subtext there.
No.
Listen to what Sloppy Seconds, Shady Sharon V.
What she says is SG didn't want to call, but said she would because she wanted TH to remove the disgustingness about. I'm sorry, SG wanted TH to remove the shit about her fucking about my kid. What is so hard for them? Why are they pretending?
He just said she goes on a little tirade saying that SG didn't even want to call. Didn't even want to call. But did.
No, she never says but did. She never fucking says but did.
That's the subtext. Sharon don't know how to keep her mouth shut.
She clearly stated in the beginning that neither one of us called.
She spilled the tea.
No, she didn't.
On her friend, SG Survivor Girl.
You're a liar, twat bag. You're a liar, twat bag.
She sure did.
I hope the reason why you're not around is because you're dead.
You fucked up there, Shady. You would have been better off ignoring the situation, letting it all die down. Because now you just implicated SG in calling CPS.
How?
It's only going to be a matter of days before SG or you or somebody admits to the fact that you called CPS on Tiffany H.
You lying twat bag cunt.
You fucking wannabe cops. You're not. Pig, 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 oink, oink. You're the piggy, piggy.
And she didn't. She didn't. I didn't. So, I mean, yeah, it could have been anybody who called. Hold on. It also could have been the school who has mandated reporters that they are required by law to report iffy looking suspicious.
So they write on there, look at you getting nervous. That's not her getting nervous. That's stating facts.
Suspicious shit. Hi, Melissa. How are you? Welcome, Melissa. So, now how did the thing go with the school? Wait, remind me, you guys, how did that go with the school? How did the school get brought into it again? I'm sorry. I'm like, but I do know, wait, Hippie, if you would you put it in the chat and
I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Joy Reid.
Okay, do you know why he said that? Do you know why Charlie Kirk said that? Do you know why Charlie Kirk said that? Because for a while there was a certain amount of women or blacks that companies had to hire, not based on their ability or experience to do the job, just based on their color or gender. Okay? So if you've got a person who is way more experienced as a pilot that gets looked over because of a company having to meet a quota, possible you might have an inexperienced person flying that plane.
Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist.
Now, see,
But
somebody
now
is
they're
making
coming out and they're
this person,
They're coming out
whoever.
and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action.
Okay, so this person in this video is the amazing Lucas. He's got 538,000 subscribers. I'm pretty sure he probably thinks white people have um mm, 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 have mm, 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 privilege, while he has way more. Way more. Mm, mm, mm.
So now we care what happens on the train.
No, we've always cared what happened on the fucking train, motherfucker.
Oh my goodness. So if you haven't heard, the racists out there, the white ignorants, have their new poster child, okay, for this month.
The white ignorance. Mm, mm, mm.
Seems that there's a new one every week. I don't know what to tell you. But this poster child is something they use as a pretext to justify their hatred, their vitriol, their racism, and them being overall victims, right? 'Cause
Okay,
it's not-
now I know that a lot of people called Charlie Kirk a racist. And not Hitler called him a racist.
under the belief that, oh, everyone hates white people and there's white racism out here and this is horrible and we got to do something about it. That, in a nutshell, is the mindset of these white ignorants. So,
why the fuck does this guy get away with this? Can you imagine a white person doing this? Wow.
when the story came about, they were all giddy. And what happened is that you have this woman, Arena, I believe is her name. She met her demise on the train, and it was at the hands of, wait for it, the boogie, boogie, boogie man. That's correct.
Wow. Unreal.
black man. That's how happy they were to hear this. Okay, they were just
Happy?
ecstatic hearing this because this justifies
Do you
all
think that people were happy to hear anybody get murdered? You disgusting pig. You disgusting motherfucker who probably thinks your life don't matter.
their hatred, right? They go and cherry pick little stories to justify their wicked behavior. Oh, look, see, this is why we, the black people, this is why the crime rates, this is what they do. This is their MO. I will say it is absolutely a travesty. Okay, you had people such as Elon Musk promote such false narratives as, oh, everyone is silent about this. Okay, nobody's talking about this. But if it had been a black girl and a white man, it would have made national news. And we all know that is just.
No, that's absolutely true. But I'll tell you what didn't catch on fire was Elon making a Nazi salute. We were all called stupid for that.
Demonstrably false. Okay, there have been plenty of cases of white men yeeting black women, and it hasn't made national news. Nor has there been any protests or riots. That's another thing they love screaming about. Anytime there's a white person who they believe is unjustly, taken from this planet, they want to talk about. Oh, look, there's no riots. Do you see that? There's no riots going out there. There's no protests going out.
Because there isn't. Because there isn't, motherfucker. Because there isn't. Because there isn't.
You see that, black people? And I don't know, for one, I always found that to be a bit weird, right? Because I'm like, if you believe this white person was wrongfully taken by the hands of law enforcement or something, why wouldn't you protest?
Absolutely.
There's no
that I agree with.
World value.
That I agree with. Absolutely. How the fuck are we supposed to be heard when we keep just sitting back? Oh, you know why? Because when white people get arrested for protesting, nobody cares. In fact, during a lot of the Seattle and the Chaz Chop protests and everything, what I saw was at the time when the police started to arrest people after a certain hour, the black protesters were suspiciously not there anymore. The ones, who had been yelling in the cops' faces and everything. It was the young white kids getting arrested. They don't know even what the fuck they're out there protesting, to be quite frank.
You being silent and allowing the state to completely eliminate you. But in their eyes, they think like they're taking the high ground because they're not protesting when their white lives, get ethered. But that goes back to what I said.
But let me ask you a question. Why do you have to say white or black lives? Why can't anybody's life matter?
Before is that they don't care about white lives, okay? Many of the white elites, many of the white ignorants, they don't care about white people. What they care about is being in a better position than black people.
He's out of line. But he's right.
What they care about.
You do know that we've had a black president, right? But we haven't had a woman president.
Does a crime. That's what they care about. You can talk about white on white crime all day ad nauseum. They don't care. You can talk about as far as the crime rates. You can talk about the mental health issues. You can talk about as far as the intel rates. They don't care because it seems that white people don't care about white people. All right. The only time they care.
Not enough. Absolutely not enough.
About white people is if there's a black person involved that they can blame. That's when they care about white people.
Absolutely incorrect. But how about, can you care about white people? I mean, it goes both ways, white people fought the Civil War. I mean,
It's a really sick mindset. Once again, lineage of evil. One thing I will say, I talked to 99.9% of black people about this story, about what transpired. And it's horrible. I think we all agree on that. And they wanted me to give a message. On behalf of 99.9% of black people, I'm here to talk to the white ignorants out there and let y'all know we are deeply uncaring.
What?
That is correct. We don't care, bruh. I'm sorry. We don't give not an ounce of caring about what happened to this girl on the train. And let me tell you why, okay? So I know some of y'all.
Wow. This person is what creates division. This is disgraceful disgustingness right here.
Spitting out the raisins in your potato salad. Let me tell you why. Because I'm old enough to remember a man named Jordan Neely, okay, who was on the train and who was wrongfully taken from this planet. And then he was not only seen as not guilty, but he goes on in an interview to say that he would do it again. On top of that, he got a meeting with the president and the vice president. That's great. His only accomplishment for meeting the president of the United States was that he took the life of a black man, an innocent black man on the train. That in this country,
You know, I'm gonna look this up, right?
I want to write this article in the aftermath of the acquittal of Daniel Penny, the man who subdued and eventually was part of the death of Jordan Neely. And after his acquittal, the press conference that was held by Jordan Neely's father stood out for me because some time ago, I'd done a little bit of research to find out that, of course, Jordan Neely, a man who had many years of convictions, was homeless for over a decade, had an origin story. And his origin story is pretty horrific. At the age of, I believe, 14, his mother was murdered by her partner, and he had to be a witness.
Okay. All right. So, I agree that society fails people. The man who finally escaped Jeffrey Dahmer, black man, named Tracy, by the way, I believe, who was the one to finally be able to put Jeffrey Dahmer in jail. Absolutely traumatized. I do believe maybe even his head had been drilled into. So fucking pissed right now, you don't even know. He literally ended up homeless. Okay, Tracy Edwards was the name. Fucking irritated right now.
Sir, would you tell us your name and spell your last name for us?
Tracy Edwards, EDWARDS.
Mr. Edwards, you're going to ask you to speak up very loudly into the microphone.
I would like to know in what state do you reside at the present time?
Louisiana.
And how old are you, sir?
32.
32, and you are single?
Yes.
And you were in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on July the 22nd, 1991?
Yes.
And at or about that time, on that late afternoon, did you have occasion to see a person that you knew at that time or subsequently learned was a fellow by the name of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And you know that Mr. Dahmer you're speaking about is a defendant in this case, to my right, correct?
Yes.
And that, I made a record, I can show the identification.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Roe now offers FD.
Sir, would you indicate where Mr. Dahmer is seated in the courtroom?
It's over there.
Right in the middle between my two associates?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
He says, in the middle between my two associates. Whew. How can he even admit that? Wow, this guy can't even look at him.
Mr. Edwards, you and I met for the first time last evening.
Yes.
And you came up from Louisiana at my request with your attorney.
Oh, it's not the judge. I'm sorry. It is the other attorney speaking. He says, I just can't even.
SYED, select SALET.
That's correct.
And you came up here to testify to the events, as you recall them, that occurred on the late afternoon, early evening, early morning hours of July the 22nd and the morning of July the 23rd, 1991.
That's correct.
So that you know, Mr. Edwards, your name is known to the jury because there has been testimony concerning what happened to you and at the apartment of Mr. Dahmer. You understand?
Correct.
Okay?
Okay.
Where did you know Mr. Dahmer by name prior to that date?
I've seen him a couple of times before then. I didn't know his name personally.
All right. Did you ever talk to him before that date?
Do you know that this man is a hero? The police officers who returned Conrad Simpson's person, the 14-year-old, whom Jeffrey Dahmer himself could not even wrap his head around, that those police officers had returned him. They rose through the ranks. They rose through the ranks. If they would have bothered to run Jeffrey Dahmer's name, they would have seen that he was on probation for molesting that kid's brother. He slammed that family. This guy who escaped him put Jeffrey Dahmer in jail, right? Ended up homeless. I don't think he's alive anymore. He ended up killing somebody himself. Jeffrey Dahmer got this fucking trial for what? Obviously, the guy is nuts. And then he gets murdered. Good. But Jeffrey Dahmer didn't even know why he did what he did himself, but he did it for fucking years.
Saying hello as he passed by.
Just casual, friendly.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Where was it that you saw him in the late afternoon, early morning hours of July the 22nd?
Grand Avenue Mall.
And that was in Milwaukee,
Correct.
downtown in Wisconsin.
I can't understand why the officers that returned that 14-year-old kid to Jeffrey Dahmer's custody, while Jeffrey Dahmer was in shock, were not on trial. Why were they not on trial?
Were you with somebody or were you alone?
A couple other friends, yeah.
Okay, so the record is absolutely clear. You are not a homosexual, are you?
No, not at all.
So you were with a couple of your buddies, were you?
That's
You
correct.
know he got labeled that though. He got labeled a homosexual prostitute. Became homeless. Fucked up in the head.
What were you doing?
I was drinking beer, just talking, hanging out, you know.
About 6 o'clock at night, was it?
Yeah, about 6:15. Whatever.
Did you have occasion then to see Mr. Dahmer?
Yeah, he approached us eventually and started talking to us then.
Were you 3 black males?
Yeah, one white, 2 black male.
So you're friends?
Yeah, my best friend was white. Yeah.
When he came up and started talking to you, what is it that Mr. Dahmer said to you?
He said he was just in the city from Chicago. He was taking care of her sick grandmother, I believe, in West Dallas.
Yeah. Did he have any further conversation with you and your friends?
Yeah, he was just talking. He said he was a professional photographer. He usually pays people for pictures and stuff like that.
Wow. Much like Tom, much like the one who killed the Shia Raiders cheerleader. Man, there's been so fucking many serial killers that have posed as photographers. Incredible.
And if anybody was interested in making money at that time.
To have the pose for
Kind
pictures.
of like Sockwell White Underbelly. I mean, there's like loads of them. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just stating that.
Yeah. Did he describe the kind of pictures that you were going to be posing for if you chose to take him up on the offer?
He said nude.
Nude.
Right.
Now, after he said that to you, what did you and your friends do?
They were just talking, discussing it, you know, seeing what was going on. Yeah.
And what did you end up doing? Did you remain at Grand Avenue or did you go somewhere else?
We proceeded from there. He said he was going to buy all his guys beer, rum, and coke, you know, watch videos or something like that.
Rum and coke, did you say?
Yeah, we went to the liquor store on Wisconsin Avenue, 7th and Wisconsin Avenue.
So you walked from Grand Avenue down to 7th and Wisconsin?
Yeah, up, so to speak. Yeah,
At that
between
time-
5th and 6th, 7th, something like that.
Okay. The general area of 6th or 7th in Wisconsin.
Introducing the only prescription hair regrowth gummy on the market, the Minoxidil Plus Biotin Gummy by Hers, formulated.
Was it going to be the 3 of you and Mr. Dahmer were going to stay together, or was it agreed upon that one or others of you were going to go with Mr. Dahmer, or was there no agreement?
They were going to meet up with us eventually later on that evening.
Meet up with who?
Jeffrey at his apartment, but he gave them the wrong address at that time.
Okay, so did the 3 of you, you and your 2 friends and Mr. Dahmer, walk down to a liquor store, and what happened when you got to the liquor store?
I saw my brother. We started talking. At this time, Jeff was talking to my other friends.
So you say you saw your brother. He wasn't one of the 3 that you were with.
No.
You saw him on the street?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had conversation.
Right.
Okay,
This ruined this guy's life.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The House Oversight Committee has released more documents from the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's estate, including a birthday book given to him by friends. The book includes a sexually suggestive note and sketch of a naked woman that appears to be signed by Donald Trump.
So 2 major developments since Israeli terrorists showed utter contempt to rule-based international order and dropped
Israeli terrorists.
A day
Unbelievable.
after Israeli military launched an attack in a residential area in Doha, claiming it was being used by Hamas militants, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a fresh warning to Qatar, demanding
Wow.
2 extraordinary revelations on the Israeli barbarism aimed at Qatar, which also happens to be an important ally of the US.
Hamas was acting in good faith.
It's the one and only Scott Ritter who joins me now on the mother of all talk shows. Scott, always delight to see you, especially on a night like this where, frankly, it's difficult to keep up with the wars and the wars that are raging and the wars that are on the brink. Let's start with what happened, if you can, in Doha yesterday. Whose fault was it? Who knew what and when did they know it?
Well, ultimately, it's Israel's fault. These were Israeli aircraft firing missiles that were aimed by Israel into a.
Israelis' fault for going after terror.
Sovereign states seeking to assassinate a delegation of Hamas leadership that had been summoned to.
Whoa. Unfucking real.
Qatar by the Qatari leadership at the behest of an American president who claimed that he was giving Hamas one last chance to find a path towards a ceasefire. Hamas was acting in good faith. Israel clearly wasn't. But we know what Israel is: this illegal nation, this illegal entity that.
Wow. Wow. Oh, hell to the no. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, hell to the no. Hell to the no.
As I've said in the past, and I've never like been on not calm when I've been talking to you. But like I've said in the past, you have attacked everyone. You're deplorable. You're racist. You're
I
ignorant.
am not racist.
You have no moral compass whatsoever, no integrity. You have no shame. If I were in your position, I would be on my knees,
You should be on your knees.
begging the Lord to forgive me. I would be repenting. I'd be on my knees every single moment of the day, begging for forgiveness.
King of Chaos is in there. He was not a fascist or Hitler or anything else he got painted as. He didn't get painted as any of that. And I will die on this hill. When people dehumanize others, it only brings on violence. You're disgusting. Janelle admires Charlie Kirk's love of God, and he was not afraid to speak about God. I find him to be a martyr. How do you think he would feel about your Nazi tattoos?
Someone just said that I don't know who LM is. I mean, I probably do. It's been one of
So
those
this
days.
person dumped Kitty Cat Club, says, Methy's playing you, Crystal. So
Um, okay, well, you know, to wish someone to be in Mr. Kirk's chair.
I didn't wish them. I said, why couldn't they have been?
You know, that man was a young man, a very young man,
No shit.
31. And I enjoyed listening to him speak and connect with
Shut the fuck up. You didn't care at all what he said.
generation peacefully, like a gentleman.
He would never agree with you, Crystal.
One about a few weeks. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sometimes the initials. Oh, Little Miss. To wish that now we all know. Wow, that's something, Little Miss. That's really vulgar and hate. She is a hate crime.
No,
She
you're a
is
hate crime.
Walking hate crime.
No, you are.
And she ought to be under investigation.
Excuse
She's wished
me?
homicide.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
She has wished death upon people and many, many other things. She's been happy that others that have lost loved ones to
Happy?
disease.
Don't even try that.
And you have the audacity. Hasn't even been, this has been a little over 24 hours after Mr. Kirk's assassination. And you have the audacity to jump on and spew hate.
You fucking cunt. You have been spewing hate since the day you've been on here. How fucking dare you?
Not to mention, I mean, I leave out that it is 9/11 today, September 11.
What about 9/11? What about 9/11?
I can, you know, Tracy, you are hateful. You're not a lady. You're disgusting. You're a pig.
Excuse me, why? What did I do to you?
You're cruel. You're ignorant. And those are just a few things. I cannot think of one redeeming quality.
Well, think of one about you. Same.
One. But you know what? Soon you'll be on to a better life and you won't have to live in this.
How dare you? How dare you fucking wish death on me? But you're right. It would be. That you are just. Hi, Tanger. I've never seen such dirt like her. Dirt.
This earth that you dislike so much, and there'll be more with people. Did I say people? I meant demons. You'll be with the demons in which you belong. She said she has 29 days, only 18 because she's only got 18 because she's coming for her. I see. Well, you know what? As I have said to you all before, rest assured, if I have 3 weeks left to live, then you have 2 days less than that. I'm telling you, if you enjoy life, you better pray that's not a death threat.
Exactly, Tanger. Why can't you just stop?
Okay. Now, so from her post, it seems like it was a total lie. Her poor followers were worried. She's a horrible. Tracy, you hear that? One lie after another. This woman that I'm talking about, and if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I'm actually a very nice person, and I think you'll enjoy this channel. I mean, maybe it's for you, maybe it's not, but subscribe if you would, and check us out here.
Here, Chaos says the U.S. has a mental health problem and a radicalization problem and a social media problem, giving nut jobs a platform and the ability to radicalize others. That would be you, e-beggars, and your friends.
Tracy is a chronic pathological liar.
Really?
Who takes advantage of the kind-hearted and has for many, many years.
Could someone drop my Cash App? Just, not because I take advantage of the kind-hearted, but because there's nothing that I say is a lie. Not at all.
Let's just say those that are told that they have 3 weeks to live or 2 weeks to live.
I wasn't told I have 3 weeks left to live. That's what you said. That's what you took from that. You said you would celebrate.
Aren't you? It's so disrespectful to those that are dying with dignity. And the lies that you have made up and telling people that you're glad that this isn't a lie, but you're glad that they've lost loved ones.
I've never said that. Never said that. Never said that.
And that they've unalived their loved ones. And you have stated that you wish that others have unalived people.
That's a lie.
Think about that.
You're
That's
a liar.
heavy.
You're a liar.
That's heavy.
It's also a lie from your mouth. This bitch is such a bitch.
I saw that, and I was going to do some commentary, but you know what? I would not. I would not do it. Number one, I'm not histrionic. Number two, she doesn't have. I just wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't do it.
So your main focus is me? Good for you.
It'd be so wrong, because I'd like to think that everyone is significant. But she is not significant, and her tongue is that of the devil.
That's you. God. Little Miss says, perhaps barium's resurrection will give Tracy ideas. I don't even know what that means.
Now, what's it going to be tomorrow? You seem to be very happy when, no matter who our president is, Tracy, no matter who the president is, it's all you can do is bash and bash and bash.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you fucking joking right now? Dirtbag pig.
If you don't like this country, you truly despise this country.
Who said I despise the country? Who fucking said that?
Dual citizenship to another country in which you were born. Maybe.
I wasn't born in another country. I was born in this country.
Go back over there and see if that suits you better. However, I don't think it will, because you seem to have a problem with every country. Every country and every person.
I have a problem with every country and every person. Do I really? Can you prove that? I don't think you can.
It's funny. There was someone in Sharon's on Sharon's channel, and you know Sharon is one of the BFFs of Tracy, although they've never met. But they said that.
Whom have you met?
They said that, I'm not going to mention the person. The guy that mentioned, I believe his name was Christopher on Sharon's channel. And Sharon was complaining about the person. And then Christopher said, they should get a life. And then.
How does that bother you? Are you talking about Chris for saying that somebody should get a life?
Sharon responds, yes. And I think a lot.
So let me get this straight. So it was them who spread the rumor that barium died. And now they're trying to blame us. King of Chaos says, I get upset when I see people in SG's chat calling Janelle a Nazi, or me a predator, or others all sorts of dehumanizing things. It is stuff like that which gets people killed by the nuts that eat it up. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Or whatever. Now Sharon is in her 50s. She lives in a motel in the ghetto.
Wow.
She's been using a IV drug user for 30 plus years. I don't know if she's ever been employed. Get a life. Well, getting a life is bettering yourself and growing and working. And
I know the ghetto, right? These people.
I want to read some of your. Yeah, that's another thing. Janelle just pointed out here. She pretended that Sharon had pretended that she had worked at a restaurant, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Wow. Are these people insane right now? Swiss says, oh, hi everyone. I heard the countdown party is here. I heard it was you, Swiss, that was the one who called on Mosaic.
Former smog, and then stole money out of the workers' purses. Can you imagine?
Wow,
taking someone's
e-beggars. Are you taking responsibility for Charlie Kirk's death?
Money. I don't recommend going to, oh, she's 62 years of age. Okay. I mean, no children, no husband. That's okay not to marry. It's okay not to, well, I believe she did have a child. What happened to that child? I don't know 100%.
Wow. Sharon didn't have a kid. Wow.
Well, she had a baby. I don't know what
What?
happened to the baby.
Wow. King of Chaos, you're in there and you're allowing Crystal Love to fucking spread lies and rumors like that? Wow. Wow.
I am reading your comments. I'm just not reading them aloud. But I am reading them all right now.
Because she can't read.
If I missed anybody that came in, let me know. Because they had the nerve to say the victim lied, it didn't have 200 in cash and all. Yeah, stealing is, and then she was talking about
These are gross ones. These are gross people.
Melissa.
Melissa?
And Melissa.
Nobody spoke about Melissa. Nobody talked about Melissa.
Says, this isn't Sharon, this would be Tracy. Talking about Melissa's wholesome cooking. Wholesome meaning the activity itself, okay? And
Melissa's wholesome cooking. Who are you talking about?
How did it make fun of that? I mean, why would somebody have a problem with the fact that Melissa likes to dine? And Melissa, this is Honeybee, she likes to dine and she also enjoys cooking. Now, what are the 7 sins? I think, well, she was calling her a glutton, okay? So gluttony. But,
so she's soft doxing honeybees is what I'm getting here. She's soft doxing honeybees.
Okay, lust is another one. I don't think I know them all. Let's see. Greed. That's the pursuit of material things.
Janelle, Jesus doesn't love you.
Sloth. Think about the animal. That's
You
a
have
sloth.
too much hatred.
It moves very slowly. It's lazy.
Jesus doesn't love anyone with Nazi tattoos, bitch. Oh my God, he did not die on the cross for you. He was sweating blood. He was so scared. He was fucking sacrificed. He didn't hammer those nails into himself.
Now,
this Lily Rose says, how many more days till the cancer takes SG? Wow.
Not been employed. She lives off of.
Little Miss says, Jesus loves the ones that don't lie, that they have 3 weeks. Excuse me?
And the state, although she no longer resides in the state where she's receiving assistance.
You don't know where the fuck I live. Crystal Love, you dirty ass cunt.
As she's been in Virginia now from Massachusetts.
You don't know where the fuck I live, you lying ass, stalking, hoe bag, whore bitch.
For her car. So, sloth, laziness, physical sluggishness, lack of care.
Yeah, those
to
are
take care of oneself. That's sloth.
Yep.
And wrath. This is an important one. Wrath.
Important one. Shut the fuck up.
I'm remembering this correctly. I hope I am. Wrath is when one is has uncontrolled feelings, right?
Thank you.
And they hate rage. Their anger is uncontrollable. They're agitated. And
That's
then
what
there's
God will be like.
Envy. Envy is one.
There's no envy towards you.
So you want to talk about gluttony, you might want to talk about sloth and wrath.
Shut the fuck up, whole bag, fucking fungi infested bitch.
Now, you don't know how many calories someone requires, how many calories they burn. I'm just saying this.
Do you think I give a fuck? Mm-mm-mm.
You pick on these things that are ludicrous and ridiculous.
They're ludicrous. I don't know, Laura Rainey. What did Crystal Love do with her mother's body when she passed? Snort it.
Now, when we say vanity, we're not talking about paying attention to, being neat and clean. That's just what we should do as human beings. Soap isn't expensive.
Go fuck yourself, you fucking skunk. You've got 3 weeks left.
But God wants us to take care of ourselves. We should be neat and clean.
Good. Wash yourself
definitely
up.
the
You got
wrath,
3 weeks left.
the uncontrolled feelings of hate and rage and anger.
Listen to Elizabeth King of Gas. I need to contact people over at YouTube that I know. She doesn't get to say crap like that. Like, crap like what?
And aggression and agitation and, the envy is just is over the top. Something nice happens to someone, or they achieve something, or they buy something that brings them joy. Now, obviously, material things are not going to make one joyous, okay, or happy. No.
Unless you're Crystal Love, and the material thing she receives is a fucking ball gag.
But if they obtain something that brings them joy, that's a good thing.
So?
Maybe it's a new notebook, a new journal.
King of Chaos, whom the fuck are
New
you
years.
threatening right there? Who are you threatening? Exactly what did I do?
And I think the lust in her case
Lust?
is craving, lust we know is craving any pleasure.
Wow.
I don't know if I covered all of them or not. This is just pride is a big one.
King of Chaos says, "Oh, I'm taking this as serious as I can. I'm sick of her and tired of her accusing me of shit I would never do." Shut the fuck up.
But I think, again, with pride, though, when I say she has, let's put it this way, she has no shame. Right. And she said, only, I'm just going to read your comment here. Only if a miracle happens, then twice after that, if something good happens, well, what could happen? Dying person. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Everything
Never
is
said a
about
dying person. You are discussing hog. Hey, hog.
Oh, my husband just came in.
Oh, Carrie Man says, "E-Banks, this is a federal crime. What the suspect has done. This bitch is lying. She doesn't even have a husband."
Hi, King.
That's your
Scott.
husband? Wow.
I was King in the bedroom, but anyway.
Oh.
Is that all I get?
Wow.
Okay, well. No, that's just supposedly we're married. King of Chaos and I were.
Who said you were married? Who said you were married? Who the fuck said you were married? I mean, seriously?
I don't know how.
King of Chaos says, "I respected Charlie Kirk. He was a great man. She can go fuck right up." Excuse me? Did I say you didn't respect him? You didn't respect him when I was sharing on any of his videos, though. Because you hate Israel.
How that came into play, but I'm also a few other people, I guess. Anyway, my what was that little mess? What? Well, I noticed, little miss, I noticed that she was on, and I thought, hi, Scott.
Oh, so they're all threatening my life, and they're telling me what she's been saying is totally dangerous. So I guess they're threatening my life there.
That I'm like, what on earth? Because she's not in hospice, but she is in she's failing. And
Really? Because I thought I was lying about cancer.
I was a little surprised that that she was able to come on, go live. But I really think if this whole thing has been a scam, give back the money to the hardworking
Wow.
people that really.
Cunt, I think you're gonna need to fucking prove that. You're gonna need to prove that, bitch.
In good faith, helped you. Everybody wants to see the good in everyone else. I mean, well, I shouldn't say everybody. I don't want to clump everybody together, but many. I think the majority want to see good in everybody. Hey, Theo. Good to see you, Theo. How are you? Oh, wait a second. I think that Scott just pointed out. Out that, oh, I think you were on the calendar for November. Oh, okay, for November. I don't know who has October, but good. Very well, thank you.
Are they like making bets? Somebody has October. I don't know who has November. What the fuck? You motherfucking OSI trolling skank motherfuckers. That's against the law. That is a crime.
Theo, very well. I came on for the moment, you know me. I just wanted to address how I was feeling and my view on what's been going on in the news. I don't claim to be a political channel.
Yes, you do. It says Blonde Patriot. Cunt.
You know, today's the anniversary of 9/11, and yesterday was a horrible day because a young man was assassinated.
You still speaking, it makes every day a horrible day. Wow.
And we also lost a refugee from the Ukraine that happened to be writing, you know,
Not yesterday. You didn't lose that refugee from the Ukraine.
subway, and you know, a lunatic took her life. Apparently, he had been arrested 14 times.
Are you gonna say he was black? And she was a blonde-haired white girl? You gonna say it?
And was allowed to go free. And here was just a little girl. I say little girl. I mean, I think she was 20 years old, and she had a job, and she was just riding the train home.
But you didn't hear anything about it because she was white, he was black, and the justice system had let him out repeatedly.
And she is, I don't want to trigger anybody, but she's unalived by a lunatic. Hi, HD. I just went to your channel and I just posted anybody that isn't subscribed to.
So this dumped kitty cat says faking death is most disgusting. Faking death? Faking death?
Farm Girl HD. Whoever wants to drop her link, that would be cool. She has a lovely channel.
Little Miss says all day she's been saying that we should support her terrorist group. It's so dangerous in the light of recent events. All day.
And it's a baby channel. It's just growing. So I think it'd be awesome if you subscribed. I believe she has me blocked, but that's okay. No, I'm just kidding. That, Theo, thank you. You are absolutely right. Individuals have passed in honor. Yes. It's so eerie how Charlie's last tweet was talking about. So, yes, I saw that. He was, I saw that, Scott. He was talking about the senseless murder of that young Ukraine woman.
I don't know.
On the North Carolina bus. Yes. I think I said the subway, but I'm a New Yorker.
Yeah, because you're so not up on the things that you speak of.
Yes, Janelle, same. Now, I want to add, you're welcome, honey. Did anybody drop your channel? I don't know how to do that. I don't even think I can. Can somebody drop HG's channel? Let's see. Theo says for the young lady, her situation, the coward didn't understand as a result of the situation. Yeah. Now,
what did I wish that happens to others is sick, and what do you respect? I mean, report. This is crazy.
The world has changed tremendously, and I think the more attention we give to people, the better. Just stay away from them. Stay far away from them.
Do you know that everything that they stand for, if I supported it, I could make them not stand for it? If I supported everything that they stand for, they wouldn't stand for it anymore. I control them.
Don't engage, because when someone, it's, you know, only God.
Carrie, man, I never said I was going to off Ollie and Munchie and bury them in a ditch. You are a lying twat. Carrie Man says mental illness doesn't give the right to make accusations of people offing someone and calling people terrorists. Go fuck yourself. Okay?
People. And I know God works through us.
Through you? Are you kidding right now? You are disgusting.
But okay. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Carrie Ann. Yeah, everybody just hop over and subscribe. I don't always go to HD doesn't do lives, but I don't go over to her channel.
Yeah, who's faking their death? Isn't that nuts? And Lily Rose says, Sharon V is coming to the bushes over here shortly because she wanted to know how many people were here.
But she posts some cool music.
Love Bug says, oh, SV, crawl away to your dungeon. Excuse me?
Music videos, and she got a manicure, I think, yesterday, and of course I was all over that. I had to go check that out.
Who got a manicure? You're all over what? Skank. A football team?
You don't react. That's
And how do you feel about that?
I'm so happy all of you jumped on. I'll stay on just a few more minutes.
Of course you would be happy. All of them jumped on. Whore. Willing to satisfy anybody who jumps on, aren't you?
But I'm really a bit speechless. I just know it's people like.
If only that was true. Carrot Man says, yes, before cancer. So Rachel didn't set up the GoFundMe. It's a scam. Would you mind taking that to court, Carrot Man? Come on, this Laura Rainey. She's really abused Rachel. Listen, Crystal Love, bring this to court, cunt. Bring it to court, because the threats you people are making here. King of Chaos goes, SG's reading your chat way behind the audio. She's about 20 minutes behind, and she's reading our current comments out to old audio, which is giving people there the wrong perception of what is said. No, I'm reading your actual comments, and I'm playing her audio so that it is not in real time. How is that a problem? Marker, who was friends with Annette for many years, so-called, says, what about her other puppet? Nut. Wow, Marker. I'm sure you have whacked off plenty of nut in your life. Dumb Kitty says, I'm paying for her headstone so I can write what I want on it. Actually, you're not. How about I just drop the headstone on your head?
See, that keeps so much hate going. And also the fact that there are celebratory parties going.
Dumped Kitty Cat Club claims that on eBagger's tombstone, it will say, "Here lies the biggest asshole on YouTube. Here's some complimentary Vaseline. I was buried ass up. Please do me." I guess that's what she's saying.
On, there are people that are celebrating the death of this young man, this young father.
Whom are celebrating the death of that young man? Whom? Just so you sperm breath whore.
The husband is, it's.
Oh, King of Chaos, if you don't want your comments misinterpreted, then stop commenting in dirt bags live streams.
I won't cry, but I could cry. I did cry, but
everybody cries because your fucking odor makes people's eyes water. You are the equivalent to a fucking onion.
Absolutely, Theo, and he will live on. His videos will live on, but this is a hard pill to swallow. His message will live on.
I had no clue of that. Wow. That's pretty fucking disgusting, what I was just texted. How grotesque are these people? Do you know that I intend to go through every obituary of every member of you motherfuckers' families? You fucking dirty ass motherfucking skank, dick loving motherfuckers.
The message will live on. I could get a lot deeper into this, but as I said, I don't get very deep into.
Look at fucking Tiffany M in there. Wow.
Until I get the whole story. I still don't get into the whole thing, but I like to get the whole story.
She likes to get the whole hoary.
I don't know. I always question these things, like, with our intelligence and all of the cameras we have. I believe they have the guy, but they keep things under wraps.
Shut up, Crystal, you dirty skank. Your family's like the entire Whitaker family, Carrie Man. Yeah, by the way, can you shave those beards under your arms, please? King of Chaos says, SG, you want to know how it's a problem? Sharon thinks I was here when Crystal was talking about an older situation Sharon was involved in. I wasn't here for that. You don't see that as a problem? Shut the fuck up. Why aren't you defending it now then? So defend it now. So if you're fucking aware of something that's going on, then defend Sharon now in there. Go ahead. Go ahead, e-beggars. Defend Sharon now.
Another loose cannon, kitty cat. Let's see what it came say.
Go ahead.
Very true. Absolutely. That and much more, King.
Come on,
but you see, one of these things is, how is this going to change? Like, as we know, President Trump was
Still don't see you saying anything in defense of her.
And there have been other attempts. And it was an open forum, not an open forum, it was a open area outside, very vulnerable. And then he had to, after that, take his speaking engagements indoors. I no longer believe it is safe. Like,
come on, King of Chaos. Come on, say something in defense of Sharon there.
Or Ben Shapiro, or the list goes on and on and on. To go to college campuses and to do speaking engagements. This is really, it's a sad wake up call. It's sad.
Still not seeing it, King of Chaos. Still not seeing it.
Oh, but King, he was. He was, according to someone else.
Oh, how odd. So you weren't in there then, even though she was talking directly to you? Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Look at King of Chaos. SG, come in here. I'm tired of bouncing around. Mm-hmm. Wow. Keystrokes wasted. You were there then. You were
My
there.
phone is ringing and I am just ringing. You know, again, regardless of whatever your politics are, and we're all, it's the land of the free. Regardless of what they are, when you're.
Tiffany says she was saying that because I gave birth early in my abuser's basement and she was in a small box. I know nothing about that. No, I don't go to people's channels that make them subscribers only, and then I'm blocked out anyway, okay?
Speaking on your, say you have a channel, okay, like Tracy has a channel. Do you know someone unstable maybe listening to you? Someone that maybe is unstable?
That would be you motherfuckers. You're unstable.
You are, and you could encourage, you could trigger something to happen. Be more responsible.
No, you be more responsible, motherfucker. Caravan goes, she can't come here because we will out the truth out here. Shut up. Yeah, Caravan, I'm petrified of you.
You take anything from this, Tracy. Be more responsible. Now, we know you only have a few.
Go suck a dick.
Weeks to live.
Nobody picks and jokes about your fucking situation. I don't even care about your situation, Tiffany. Go fuck yourself.
And who knows, maybe God will give you a few more days. I'm sorry, 3 weeks to live. Maybe God will give you a few more days. But the doctor said, as you confirmed, you have 3 weeks.
Yes, I confirm I had 3 weeks. Aren't you funny?
Announced that you said you told people to keep fighting.
There they are with deceased family members in there. Wow. Wow.
Then we'll keep fighting. Now, what puts you in a position to say something like that? Especially someone that has wished homicide and death and illness.
Hi, Angel Baby.
Happy that their loved ones have passed and blaming them for their loved ones' passings.
So Ebegger says nothing to defend Sharon, even though he acts like, you know.
Everybody in here
is losers.
Everybody in here right now.
Losers, douchebags.
You have said something too.
Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. Fuck everybody in there. You fucking bunch of cunts.
Okay, now we're talking about guns, it looks like in here. Oh, thank you, Kitty. Well, a warm welcome, Tracy, if you would like to engage in conversation. You're more than welcome.
Cunt. Go fuck yourself.
To come in if you have the guts.
Fuck off, you cunt.
They're cowardly.
They weren't big in Europe. They were big in fucking in the States, the baby cages. You stupid bitch. Go fuck yourselves. You fucking skanks. They're dumb bitches.
Conversation.
Too dumb to have.
Yeah, I agree, Ellen. I agree on that. You're right.
Ellen?
Yes. Correct, HG. Kitty cat. Cheers, Theo. Well,
really, TH? Is that really you in there saying that the devil has taken control over my soul?
We've always had guns. I'm a responsible gun owner. I, like many of you, have guns. But I'm a responsible gun owner. I think that we've always had guns. We've always had weapons. We've always had. Wow. It's not the weapon I don't want to get too deeply into it. I'm just going to say that there are countries that don't have guns and they have more violence. But I don't want to get too deeply into the, hey, Marker, it's been a minute.
This is a cunt right here.
How are you? Good to see you. Well, you know what? I do that. I tell all my friends in here that I love them. Every time I go live now, I tell them.
You know what? You're a whore. I wish you were in a baby cage and it fell out of the window and dropped 30 stories and smashed the fuck out of you like a watermelon because you are a pig. Exactly. Everything they say is lies. 1 minute I am scamming cancer. 1 minute I'm dying. 1 minute I'm faking my death. 1 minute I'm here. 1 minute I'm there. 1 minute I'm here. 1 minute I'm there. These cunts should be 6 feet fucking under.
Yeah, I mean,
And by the grace of God, they will be. That's a fact. United we stand, divided we fall. These are scums. This is a fight between good and evil. Definitely, we are warriors. Whew. These are disgusting individuals. So Ebegger said nothing in defense of Sharon, even after I read his comment. Nothing. He had nothing to say, even though he claimed he didn't want Sharon to think he wasn't defending her then. Even though I was back in the audio and she was mentioning e-beggars. She said, oh, my husband's in here. He was absolutely there when she was saying those things. But he said nothing. You know why? Because he's a tucker. He tucks his dick right up inside his fucking innie with his tiny outie. Fucking hermaphrodite skank. That's what you are. A freak of motherfucking nature. And if you aren't in that way, you are in mindset. You are a disgrace. A fucking disgrace. Bring it. Bring me to court. Press charges on me, motherfuckers. Because if you think I'm doing something criminal, I want you to fucking prosecute me for it. Do it. Do it. You fucking skanks. Do it. Do it. I promise you, you will fucking lose. I welcome it. Do it. Do it. Do your duty as an American person. Do it. Do it. You won't. You fucking won't. Dirty ass fucking coward ass liars. Non-patriotic fucking scrubs. A hindrance to society is what they are. To be eradicated by good when good wins the battle over evil. You will rot in hell. Mark my words. United we stand, divided we fall. And fuck these motherfuckers once and for all.